Good evening and welcome to the weekly Lawrence City Commission meeting. I'm going to tell everybody at this time of year it's getting pretty hot. One of the things we want to do is make sure that we check on our neighbors from time to time, make sure that everybody's okay. So we'll go ahead and begin this evening. First item on the agenda is to proclaim the week of June 8th through 14th, 2014 as Relay for Life. We have representatives here this evening. Hi.
I just wanted to share with everybody some of the details from last year's relay.
Could we have your name, please?
My name is Day Curtis. Apologize for that. Last year at the Relay for Life, we had 669 participants from 76 teams, and we honored 325 registered survivors. In the luminaria ceremony that takes place at 9 o'clock at night, we had 3,034 luminaries lining the entire track at Free State High School. And during our fundraising efforts, we raised $180,572 after expenses. And that put us as the top fundraising team or committee or group in the state of Kansas. And we were in the top 25 of the Great Plains, High Plains Division, which is Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, Hawaii, and Guam. And overall, we ranked 19th for Douglas County. So, and then one of the additional projects we took on was we collected food to weigh down the luminaria bags. And so we had 3,975 pounds of canned goods, which we donated to Just Foods. So, and that relay is coming up on June 13th. We're kicking it off at 7 o'clock at night, and so we would love to have as many people there as possible.
Okay, well, great. The relay is important to so many families in Lawrence and Douglas County. Very few families, don't have a chance at missing the opportunity to have someone in the family that is affected with cancer some way. So appreciate all the work that you and everybody involved has done. So with that, I'd be happy to read the proclamation. Whereas the American Cancer Society Relay for Life is a life-changing event that gives everyone in more than 5,000 communities across the globe a chance to celebrate the lives of people who have battled cancer, remember loved ones lost, and fight against the disease. And whereas money raised during the Relay for Life of Douglas County, Kansas helps support research, education, advocacy, and patient services. And whereas Relay for Life helps fund more than $100 million in cancer research each year. And whereas cancer survivors are honored with a victory lap as they lead the way around the track, followed by teams who keep a representative walking on the track from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. because cancer never sleeps. And whereas survivors and those remembered are represented by thousands of luminaria which line the running track, their candles glowing from dusk throughout the night. Now, therefore, I, Mike Amix, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim June 8th through 14th, 2014 as Relay for Life Week in Douglas County and encourage citizens to participate in the American Cancer Society Relay for Life of Douglas County to be held at Free State High School track on Friday, June 13th, beginning at 7 p.m. and ending at 7 a.m. on Saturday, June 14th, 2014. Thank you very much, and copy the proclamation. Thank you. How about?
I was working.
I know. I'll give you a second to get settled in. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are to be considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the commission would like to have removed for consideration? I would like to have items number 2 and items number 6. Item 2 is the claims, and 6 is ordinance number 9,000, authorizing the city's use of eminent domain. eminent domain authority and condemning required right-of-way along for the improvements on Walker's Drive. So that one. Also, a member of the public, any items like to be removed for further consideration? Melinda?
I may.
Okay. Okay, anyone else? Okay, with the exceptions of item 2, 6, and 8, I would entertain a motion for approval of the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval. Bob, did you have something?
Nope.
You sure? Okay. It's made by Commissioner Dever, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Entertain a motion to approve claims to 149 vendors in the amount of $1,991,802.96 and payroll in the amount of $2,001,135.48. Entertain a motion for approval of that item.
Moved.
Motion made and second, made by Commissioner Schoen, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. We do have one item related to Rock Chalk Park, one vendor in the amount of $14,644.59. Entertain a motion.
Moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval, made by Commissioner Schoen, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? You thought I was going to change my vote, didn't you?
I was hoping.
Yeah, that passes 4-1. Mayor Amos voting against. Next item is item number 6. It's adopt on first reading ordinance number 9000, which authorizes the use of the city's eminent domain authority and condemning required right-of-way for the improvement of Wakarusa Drive and construction of a roundabout at Wakarusa and Inverness and Legends Drive. If I do have one question, the action that we took last week authorized the use, and this actually does the condemnation, is that correct?
This starts that condemnation process. The resolution that you adopted last week is required by state law
Okay.
and requires a survey, and it starts the process. This then provides us with the authority to file a lawsuit.
Any questions of staff? Public comment? Okay. Hearing none, again, I pulled this just simply to ask that question and for voting purposes also. No other discussion. I would entertain a motion on item number 6, the first reading on ordinance number 9000.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval, as made by Commissioner Reardon, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Passes 4-1. Item number 8. Item number 8 is to approve the de-annexation of approximately 87 acres located at 2200 Noria Road and 4600 East 23rd Street. This was submitted by Barbara Emerson for Economic Development Corporation of Lawrence and Douglas County. Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners and staff, for giving me the opportunity to address this issue. I know you have a long agenda tonight, so I'll keep it brief. I'd hoped to come down the night that this was on your consent agenda to forward it to the Planning Commission, but I wasn't able to. So my comments are still the same. And basically, thank you. This is the item that actually got me interested in planning and development and how Lawrence grows back in 2000. I've been down here a lot, off and on, in those last 14 years. So I was very happy to see that the Chamber or Economic Development Corporation had made the decision to return these 87 acres to the county for agricultural use. I fully support this, and I think it's definitely in the best interests of everyone involved at this point in time. I know that, we're working on going in somewhat different direction than we were 14 years ago. And I'm very confident that we will have good industrial and business development sites, especially when Venture Park opens. So I feel like I've come full circle after 14 years, getting some closure, and maybe I won't be down here so often. Because Lawrence is going, I think, in a good direction, and I'm really happy to see that. So I just want to say thank you and acknowledge that, this is a good thing to be doing. And thank you all for your hard work, and I hope I see you around, but maybe not so much down here.
Okay. Thanks, Melinda. Is there any other public comment on this item? Well, Melinda, I appreciate your comments, but, one of the things is, as I look at this, is that, and we realize the importance of industrial development, it's hard to find 87 acres to replace this, but you're right, things change, and we move on to that next level, so I'm sure you'll be back. So, anyway, with that, any other questions or comments? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion to approve the de-annexation of the 87 acres located at 2200 North.
Move. Second.
Motion made and second for approval is made by Commissioner Schoen, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor of that motion, aye? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Next item is the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. Just a few items in this week's report. Your Planning and Development Services Department has put together a report detailing 2015 building permit trends from area communities. It's helpful to see what they are up to in regards to development, along with what we are as well. So I would commend that to your reading. We had a successful Public Works Week celebration where we invited all city employees to the Kansas City T-Bones baseball game. Had a good evening. Great turnout. Appreciate the commissioner attendance there as well. We've got a brief report there that talks a little bit about that. One of the things that the Code Enforcement Division is involved in is inspecting our downtown businesses for sidewalk dining compliance, and you see their twice a year efforts detailed. And then finally, we had a successful construction with the Kansas River transmission line. I kept you all informed about that, where we have a large potable water transmission line now going under the Kansas River, 80 feet underneath. It was really something to see, and I think it's quite an engineering feat. Had some engineering professors out there to take a look at it. The good news is that we're just a few weeks away from having a redundant water supply to Lawrence north of the river, which is obviously an important part of our utility department to ensure reliability for service there. So you've got some information in this week's report on that. Be happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Questions of Dave?
I would mention that I talked to one of the engineers with this, and he said this was by far the longest pull they've ever done. They'd never pulled anything this long before, and they'd never done it in 4 sections before, so pretty amazing feat.
Yeah. The whole thing was pretty incredible. So, yeah. Thanks, Dave. Okay, we are on to the regular agenda. We do have a number of items that are going to, we expect quite a bit of comment from this evening. I would ask that you keep your comments to 4 minutes. We will have a clock, and tonight I will remind folks as to where they are in the clock, and I will either ring the bell or notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. So you'll have 4 minutes to speak when we get to these items. First item on the agenda is to conduct a public hearing to consider the vacation of a public street right-of-way at 302 Main Street as requested by the property owner, Lawrence Memorial Hospital. Can we do both of these at one time, or do these need to have an individual hearing?
You can do it both at the same time.
Okay, and then-
We'll open the hearing once David's provided the staff report.
And then the second item is to conduct a public hearing also to consider the vacation of a public street right-of-way at 346 Main Street as requested by the property owner, JNS Holdings LLC. David?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Dave Cronin, City Engineer. Both of these requests are being made to accommodate some additional parking for LMH Hospital and the Medical Arts Building across the street. The applicants are requesting to vacate 15 foot of right-of-way on the south side of West 3rd Street across these two lots. We've done our notification process. We've notified all utilities and property owners within 200 feet of the vacation. We have not received any comments back from any property owners. There's a couple utilities in the existing right-of-way, and they will maintain a utility easement after the vacation, if the vacation is approved. City staff has also reviewed the vacation and supports the request. And I'll stand for any questions.
David, could you show the
Yes.
easement itself up there for folks in the audience to see? Okay. Are there questions of David? Okay, thanks, David. At this time, I would open the public hearing on these two vacations. Is there any public comment on this item? Any public comment?
Mayor, I move we close the public hearing.
Okay.
Second?
Motion made and second to close the public hearing, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of closing the public hearing, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. The public hearing is closed. I would entertain a motion then to approve the order of vacation of the public street right-of-way at 302 Main Street and at 346 Main Street.
Moved.
Second.
A motion made and second for approval of the order of vacation was made by Vice Mayor Farmer, second by Commissioner Schoen. Any other questions, comment? All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Next item on the agenda is to consider receiving a request from Tony Kriznik for the neighborhood infrastructure and public improvements related to the 9 Dell Apartments project.
Mayor and Commissioners, as you know, one of the more successful redevelopment infill projects that we have had in recent years has been the Warehouse Arts District in the neighborhood of Delaware, Pennsylvania, 9th Street, 8th Street. And Tony Kriznik and his partners, I think, are to be commended for revitalizing that area, paying attention to neighborhood needs and desires, and also the historic preservation values that this community shares. He is going through the final land use entitlements for the Dell 9 apartment complex, which will be located at the southeast corner of 9th in Delaware. This is a vacant piece of property. It has a lot of attributes to it in regards to its proximity to 9th Street and the rest of the Warehouse Arts District. As Tony sets out in the request and is set out in the staff memo that Britt and Diane and others contributed to, there are some additional requests that he has from the community in regards to the project. And you see that laid out. They're primarily related to infrastructure and public improvements. Do not have a funding source for the general fund improvements that are set out. I would recommend that you use utility funds and stormwater utility funds as indicated in the memorandum that's set out for those projects. For those that would be in the general fund, we would either need to look at spending down fund balance or increasing the line item for economic development in the general fund for those. We're very supportive of the project, very supportive of the momentum that is occurring in that area, and we want to try and find a way to be supportive financially for the project. One item that we do not know, which you may see additionally in the future, is a request for property tax rebates under the Neighborhood Revitalization Act. It's my understanding that the property owner is uncertain of exactly what the property tax impact will be for this project and hasn't determined whether or not that will be a valuable incentive for the project. And Tony can speak to that here momentarily. So that may be an additional incentive that you might consider. That process has some substantial procedures, although Diane and Britt are becoming very capable in working us through that. We create a redevelopment plan. It's then considered by the appropriate bodies. You look at it through the Public Incentive Review Committee's recommendation, and then those property tax rebates, essentially that incremental property tax that comes from the redevelopment, is then rebated back based upon what the city, the county, and the school district individually decide in regards to their approval of the rebate. So that's a general overview, and I'll turn it to Diane and Brent is here as well to correct and amplify. So with that, probably appropriate, commissioners, to hear from Tony Kresnick in regards to the request. He could walk you through his vision for the project and the need.
Okay. Thanks. Hi, Tony.
Good evening, Mayor Amix, members of the commission. Nine-Dale Lofts is very similar to the Polar Lofts from the sense that it's rent restricted to tenants 60% of the area median income or less for the majority of the units. Polar building, 90% were rent restricted. Nine-Dale Lofts, 80% are rent restricted. Although the project itself is significantly less to build, the 43 unit, the $7.2 to $7.5 million price tag compared to the $9.5 million project is significantly undersourced in comparison, and we know why, which is because of the sale and equity raised from the state and federal historic tax credits. So although the project already has a waiting list as it stands today, Polar, as you may recall, won both statewide awards, 2013 National Development of the Year Award given out by Novogradac, the authority in historic tax credit housing, as well as leased up 100% within 12 hours. We still need a little bit of help. And you can imagine when you're spending on average roughly $200,000 plus per unit, but renting the majority of those units out for roughly $450 per month, there's just a natural gap. So that's what I'd say about the request before you tonight. Regarding a future request, and we are going to more than likely need help with the property taxes. We met with Steve Miles and Brad Eldridge today at the county, who are also very supportive of this project, and we really voiced a concern more than anything else, and that was wanting to begin a conversation with how the Polar property taxes were evaluated. They were extremely receptive to the meeting. Myself, my COO Tom Larkin, and Britt are going to meet with their group next week to further that conversation along and also co-author what a go-forward strategy on a high-density rent-restricted project like Polar and like Nine-Dale Lofts might be in the future. So unfortunately, we don't have a resolve to that conversation. As you can imagine, there's lots of fact-finding that needs to take place before everybody's on board, and definitely more conversation needs to happen with their group and also members of the county commission. So that's in essence an overview of the project. And I will say the one difference between this project and Polar Lofts is we were able to incorporate 3-bedroom apartments. We have a total of 4 of them incorporated into this project, and that is designated with the family intent in mind.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay. Thanks, Tony. Dave, the question on the $97,000, you suggested that, well, let me make sure I understand what you suggest, that we either take it from the spend down the fund balance or to go ahead and do it as part of the 2015, consider it as part of the 2015 budget?
That'd be, I don't have We don't have in our budget that roughly $90,000 that does need a general fund. The one other item that we don't know is the actual cost on the burying of overhead utility lines. That's my understanding, Tony, is this 34,000 is essentially a plug number. We're not sure exactly what it's going to be. We hope it's in that neighborhood. The other ones are quotes, so we know those numbers solid. So that's, I don't have, it's not, it's a considerable amount of money, but it's not going to change the middle of it that much. We can spend it down if you want to, but or work out a means of paying for it over time.
Okay, well, I guess the question that I would have right now then is, do we have all the information that we need to make the decision on the $97,000? Or does that need, is there some other number out there that needs to be part of this equation?
Well, the one number we don't know for sure, Mayor, is the utility lines, but I know that Tony's wanting to move forward on this project, so I think the more definitive answer we can give him this evening, the better off he's going to be.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think I short-sighted myself on the sale. I have one thing I forgot to say, and that is we have been allocated $400,000 in home funds, $400,000 in AHP funds through the Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka, and $4.8 million of federal rent-restricted tax credits from Kansas Housing Resources Corporation. So if you add that up compared to the request, and Dave, the total request for the evening isn't the 97.
No, it's just what's in the general fund.
Just from the general fund, I believe that equates to roughly a 1.5% match if you were to offset that by the state and Fed's contribution to the project, and I thought that was worth noting.
Okay. So our participation here, again, tell us exactly what our participation is versus the value the taxable value of the property that we have at this point.
What the request has been, that there's a sanitary sewer line that bisects the property. It needs to be moved.
Okay.
It's not, it doesn't need to be otherwise moved as far as our rehabilitation of sewer lines. We've got site water line and then sanitary sewer connections. We recommend that we spend that funding out of the utility department's funds where they do similar work. We have been doing pretty extensive stormwater work in that area. We did the stormwater line down to Delaware between 8th and 9th Street. It needed that. We've seen that for some time. So I would recommend that the site storm sewer work be funded out of the city stormwater utility fund. Then we have public improvement work that needs to be done. Some of it we do generally. We've got some work that'll need to be done on 9th Street. People don't think of 9th Street extending past Delaware, but technically it does. So that needs to be done. Usually the development bears that cost. In this case, we would spend it out of the general fund. We obviously have money that you all allocate for street work every year. We could spend it there. It's not a priority. That portion of 9th Street is not a priority. We haven't looked at that. We do know that 9th Street to the west obviously is a priority once you get past the development that is happening in Pennsylvania. So I think that is certainly appropriate to look at to spend. We could spend street maintenance money, and then also that all comes from the general fund. Then there's been a request to waive the water and sanitary sewer fees. This is the system development charges that you have. There's nothing there now. There's no impact from that vacant lot to the water and sewer system. So there are costs associated with that when you've got the 43 units that are going to obviously have modern water and sewer facilities. And then we also require development to buy a meter for us, or in some cases mirrors. And then that meter then becomes our property, and then we use that for a few years and then keep replacing meters forever and ever. So that's the walkthrough of those items. Then there is the utility lines, the power lines that are there, and we were successful in doing on a larger scale. We buried the utility lines along Pennsylvania, and the development paid through a special assessment benefit district for that, along with the city that owns owns the parking lot there now and is familiar with that. And we need to, as we pointed out, we need to get that number nailed down. But we think that that's probably a pretty good estimate. I wouldn't recommend it if it's $340,000. It's not. It's probably in this neighborhood.
Okay.
Mayor.
Bob.
On that bearing of the overhead utility lines, do we do that or is that a Westar?
That's usually Westar's work. We pay. Sometimes you can share some trenching work and things like that, but I don't know that that would be anticipated. Probably would be separate.
Well,
Here, I know where you're going. It's a little bit of an open checkbook here.
Yeah.
And I would think that maybe we should cap it at no more than $100,000 out of the general fund if we're going to do it. You know, we just can't have it go on and on. Not that it would, but it might.
yeah, and that's kind of where I was heading is that we do need to have a cap amount. And, you know, one other thing, you know, Tony, this commission and previous commission have been very supportive of the projects. And we appreciate the investment, you know, in Lawrence, especially in East Lawrence. I mean, it's wonderful development, but so that we don't get caught, I guess, a little bit in the future. Have you been working with staff, and question from both of you as to what plans are, the next plans, you know, after this, so that we can kind of plan into the future, I guess, is so we don't end up with shortfalls. Are we working towards?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. So this one here just moved a little bit quicker to create shortfall of money?
Well, I think, you know, the development business sometimes is hurry up and wait. It's not anybody's particular fault. They have gone through their land use approvals, and we've been working with them to try and understand their incentive request. And Tony now needs to get moving on the project in order to hit some of his milestones in regards to the financing commitments that make the project viable. So we try and run as quick as we can with a development that we know the community supports. That's what we're doing here.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. Tony, thank you. Public comment on this item? Any public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Katie Welsh, and I represent the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association tonight. We met last night and had a good, long discussion about this. Of course, we're very supportive of more low to moderate income housing. That's a happy event. And very supportive of Mr. Krasnick's preservation efforts. He's a wonderful preservationist. The issue that we have with this going forward right now is that it's improper process. It's being pushed through before the NRA is set. And as far as we know, it hasn't gone to the Public Incentives Review Committee, which is mandatory for any NRA incentives. So the neighborhood wants you to know that we strongly feel it should go to the PERC before anything is set. There's also some smaller matters. There's some confusion about the 10-foot sidewalk in front of the apartments, which Tony said he would expand his sidewalk to accommodate the trail, the new trail that would go through, adding on to the Burroughs Creek Trail, coming to the river. And I got to keep this under 4 minutes, okay. And he said he would pay for that, and he would be glad to pay for that, but that might be paid for through the KDOT grant, which we'll know about in July, right, Commissioner Shaw? So that might not be in play, we don't know. Someone pointed out then the taxpayers would be paying Tony for his sidewalk. On the Westar and burying the utilities, Westar recently visited with Restruct, a construction firm that would be 2 doors up from 9 Dell Lofts, and told them that Westar would be paying for burying the utilities. So there's some confusion there as to who's paying for what. There was some objection in the meeting to raising the mill levy for this, because then that reduces resources for other things, especially bicycling and pedestrian goals that we have for the city now. Let's see. So officially, we're just asking you to wait. Let's use proper process. And see, there is another issue. There are developments coming after this one, we know now. And we're asking for a little more openness. We're asking for a meeting with Mr. Krasnick so we can talk about where is he going after 9 Dell Lofts. And we're really hoping we can talk. So, thank you. Any questions?
David?
Commissioners, I want to make clear that the Neighborhood Revitalization Act, the NRA request, I'm just forecasting that as a possible issue. If it does proceed, it will go to the Public Incentive Review Committee. That recommendation will come back to you all. It's my understanding that Tony doesn't know at this point, because of the property tax issue, whether or not he's going to make that request. That's what you just told us, is that correct, Tony?
That's correct.
Okay. So that issue will go to the Public Incentive Review Committee when we get that formal request.
And the items that are before us this evening, these dollars generally don't go to...
They generally have not gone, because there's no real purpose in having county, school district, other comment on these, because these are solely your
Right.
dollars. Now, sometimes we've had this as part of the full package that's funded, but it's not a code requirement that these individual requests go there.
Okay. Tony, do you have a comment?
Regarding the sidewalk, it is a 10-foot sidewalk, and we are not asking for KDOT dollars to be paid for that.
I want to make a comment on that too. There is a grant request in KDOT for expansion of the Burroughs Trail from 11th, 13th down to the river. But it's a matching grant as well, so they're not going to pay everything. It's we pay a fairly large amount of that. And if Mr. Krasnick's going to take care of a chunk of sidewalk over in his neighborhood and we get the grant, it'll just be less money that we have to spend on the remainder of the trail. So I don't see that as any kind of subsidy back to this project or any reimbursement.
That's right. There'd just be more money to go around, and members of the commission, let's be honest. There's been some emails that we've all been on, and necessary or not. But I stand before you today. I've got lots and lots of ideas about what I think would make for a better, more vibrant arts district. But if I called each one of you every time I had an idea, needless to say, we'd be having a slumber party tonight. So if and when I do have plans, if and when I do engage an architecture firm to do a future project, maybe on land I own, maybe on land I don't own, yourself as well as the community I've done from the beginning will be the first to know. But I'd like to go on the record tonight stating that I do not have any plans nor plans in the works of mention at this moment in time.
Okay. Thanks, Tony.
Tony, could you summarize for me all the requests that you have and the possible requests you'd have for this project for city assistance?
Sure.
Just so I think I know what they are, but...
Right. I'm going to start with the least solid at this point, meaning, again, based upon the conversation we had with Steve and Brad tonight, or this afternoon, on the tax issue, we may or may not need to come in and ask for a tax rebate. That tax rebate may need to be extended out to 15 years to match the compliance period, which is fairly unprecedented here in Lawrence. It's not in certain other towns. And what percentage of that rebate we might need, which I consider really a net abatement, remains to be seen. But I'll stay in close contact with you, Commissioner Reardon, as well as the other commissioners. We have a $34,000 estimate, which was actually given, I believe, by Westar to bury power lines. The reason why that is in flux is because we believe that there is 3 or 4 power lines that are being buried and 3 or 4 that may not be. So that's a number that we're going to firm up. Pete Jenks, the project manager with Rao Construction, is meeting with Tim Bruner with Westar tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I believe, on site to firm up that number and look at what the additional scope of work is. And then in addition to that, it's the sanitary, sewer, stormwater, and the public improvement work that city manager discussed previously.
I don't have it right here, but the 191,000, the top part of that.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Tony, what has been your private investment in the Arts District so far?
Yeah, I'm broke. I'm all in. It's been great, but if I love the preservation aspect of things. I think it's kind of interesting, some of the feedback that we've been getting recently, and it's sort of too much of a good thing's a bad thing. We started off with the Polar Building, was presented by many people in the community. We need quality, affordable, safe places for artistic entrepreneurs here in town. We need a hub. Cider Gallery, if you recall, I wanted to turn into market rate housing. The feedback was we need, quality, affordable office space for entrepreneurs to be able to work at an affordable rate. Those start off at $95 per month, copier, printer, scanner, utilities, conference room, smart TVs, everything all included. And then it goes up to a traditional office, which averages at $600 per month. We took Seedco, which was vacant. We turned it into affordable space for artists, and the results speak for themselves. They're selling 2 to 3 times the amount of artwork than they ever did beforehand, because they have a place that they know that they're not going to get kicked out of. And so anyway, I don't want to go into detail about the emails that we've received. I'd like to just move on, but needless to say, we took an area 3 years ago that was 95% vacant, the largest underutilized historic district in Lawrence. Today would have been in a landfill, and we're now 100% occupied to a point where we're requesting 1.5% to 2% match based upon the other funds that we're able to raise, so that we can continue to provide more quality, affordable housing to continue the momentum we have here in the Arts District. I don't think that's a bad thing.
This just appears to me that this is something that we've been striving for a long time as a community, and good affordable housing is just something that I think many of us who've run for this job has said that is one of our priorities, and with the public's help, I mean you've been able to provide that in a good, safe environment. Plus, giving us something that is truly a great investment, in our community, and especially in East Lawrence. I mean, when we look at the projects that we've invested in, there's been a lot of infrastructure improvements that we've made in East Lawrence throughout time. But at the same time, that big item, the big thing that you want to have happen, I think is happening. We've all tried to figure out ways to, the Polar Building was to be repaired and maintained and brought back to life, and you've done that. I mean, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad we were able to help.
Mayor, I have one question about the trail. Could I ask
Time
that?
it. Yeah, you can come to the microphone,
Okay.
KT.
Thank you. I'm just confused because it's still on the list for requested public assistance about halfway down. Private Drive, 9th Street Extension, which you talked about, Dave, and 10-foot trail along Delaware, $47,565 out of the general fund. So if that's not being requested by Mr. Krasnick, why is it on there, the 10-foot sidewalk?
I would suggest that what we do is we direct our staff, if we are to consider this at a cap of $100,000, that the thing that we do, if we get the grant and it's negotiated out, that's money that we'll save for another part of the project, or another part of the city's project. But the trail, we agreed to match what, $200,000 to $300,000, wasn't it?
I think we got 350.
350. I mean, so there's places that that we can use this, but understand, you've made your point, KT, and the direction that we'll give to staff is if there's monies that are saved, that we won't spend them. Okay.
Excellent. And I don't want to be out of line, but there've been a lot of bridges burned. I don't want to air our dirty laundry here, but there's no trust right now between the Neighborhood Association, Mr. Krasnick. We're really asking for a meeting about his future plans. We need to know, and it would really help to have your support for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Amix, I wanted to say just 2 things real quick. One, regarding the last comment, I received a very nice email today from the president of East Lawrence Neighborhood Association apologizing about comments like the ones that you just heard in the emails that everybody received yesterday, thanking me, saying that we aren't thanked enough, and simply stating that a new meeting is not needed, this meeting that you all have seen proposed on the 16th. And of course, if somebody wants to meet me, I've got my cell phone on my hip at all times. I think I'm one of the most approachable, easy guys to get along, or to get a hold of at least, hopefully get along with in this business. Backing up regarding the trail, the 10-foot trail, I'm 100% requesting that as part of the incentive package. That's in the concrete work and expansion work, taking 9th Street east of Delaware, correct? What I was referring to is I'm not requesting that out of the KDOT fund, and that I'd be surprised if this work and set aside didn't go towards your matching requirement. So I wanted to clear that up.
Okay. So it's still in there and is needed to help with this project.
Regardless of whether we get the funding, I think this community and this commission still wants us to work on that trail. And we may have to do it in increments. We did it along Delaware. We may have to do it in other places by increments. This is one increment that needs to be funded. It would normally be a development cost, a developer cost. He has it listed here for a 10-foot trail along Delaware as part of his requests for that work. And if we get the funding, then I think what we would work to do is perhaps delay that installation until we can make sure that we get credit for that portion of the trail as far as our match is concerned, or whatever would work to maximize our dollars. He's not going to get paid by KDOT. We hope to be fortunate enough to be reimbursed by KDOT for the project,
Okay.
for the entire project.
Okay. And if an NRA request is made by the developer, if Tony makes that request, it's going to be referred to PERC. It has to go through our process. Any of the development, obviously, is going to have to go through our planning office and go through that entire process.
And that process is largely complete. I think so, Scott.
Right, correct.
Okay. So, okay. Questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Okay.
It seems to me that with the emails that we've been sent today that certain individuals are trying to stir up trouble and to put a potential stop to or slow down a project that's going to benefit people in their apartments by, in my opinion, requesting inane and completely unnecessary meetings. The emails from the Elma leadership that we've got today said that they've been supportive and appreciated the addition of 3-bedroom apartments and trail connectivity. And for non-representatives, according to the emails that we got today, I'm not talking about the comments that KT made tonight, but the emails that we received today and yesterday, for non-representatives of the neighborhood to be requesting meetings at the behest of the neighborhood is both misleading and disingenuous. It seems to me that the neighborhood is at odds with each other and not with Mr. Kresnick. Furthermore, I want to say that I think it's sad that we have people who constantly seem to stir up trouble to dissuade a developer willing to spend millions of dollars in personal investment to increase affordable housing, of which the Polar Building, as Tony said, is 90% rent restricted and Pendel will be 80%. It seems quite insane that a developer is not willing to not tear down buildings, respect historic environments, rebuild buildings, and completely rehabilitate an area of town. And with many of those taking advantage of that rehabilitation being low-income families or business startups, and that someone with potential future political aspirations would be standing on the sidelines seeking to tear it down and making a mountain out of a molehill for the purposes of a political stunt to gain attention is quite sickening to me. So I just wanted to say that.
Other comment?
No, sir.
Okay. So, Dave, the item before us tonight is you need a recommendation from this body as to whether or not we are willing to spend down either fund balance or go through the process.
I don't think you close the public hearing.
Okay? Do you have a public comment? Okay?
With some temerity, I'm walking into a hornet's nest.
Okay.
Michael Allman.
Michael, I would appreciate it if you gave 4 minutes, okay?
Thank you. For Sustainability Action Network. And we have supported this project with 9 Del Lost since the outset. We very much appreciate the project itself, and we met early on with both Mr. Kresnick and Darren Ammon of Bartlett and West to confirm that they were indeed installing a 10-foot wide bicycle track there. Based on that 10-foot wide bicycle track, that opened the floodgates to then develop a plan for the Burroughs Creek Trail extension. Sustainability Action took the ball from there. So based on all that, we went to the Planning Commission on 20th September, supporting his project, mentioning that he was going to build the trail. We saw that as a lead-in for the extension of the whole trail. We also came to you on the 5th of November, wanting to present that. On the 4th of February following is when you did make a public hearing about the grant. And we presented again there that Mr. Kresnick is partnering with this by funding his part of the trail. I think, and then on January 16th, the resolution at the Metropolitan Planning Organization. I think the Director of Public Works right now could confirm that the funding for that section of Mr. Kresnick's trail was taken out of the KDOT grant based on the fact that he was paying for it.
Okay, well, we'll ask him in a minute, Mike.
So that begs the question, it's still not going to be paid for no matter which way it goes. And I think Mr. Kresnick is doing a worthy project, but there are lots of worthy causes. We're right in the middle of the budget. We all know they're worthy causes. And I personally, or Sustainability Action actually, is concerned of the funding for the extension of 9th Street and the money for that trail in direct conflict with greater priorities as we see for bicycle facilities elsewhere in town. You know what we're asking for bicycle facilities. This seems very low priority, particularly that he initially said he was going to pay for it, and it's not in the KDOT grant. So essentially, he's right now getting $173,245 in waived fees, stormwater utility fund, sanitary sewer, all of that he's already getting from the city. Excuse me. So I think the city is well behind this project. We're behind the whole idea of the project. The neighborhood is behind the idea, but we don't think this kind of funding is necessary. He's very successful. He's shown he's successful. He doesn't need that additional money, and so we're not supporting authorizing that funding, period. The cap, for our estimate, would be 0.
Okay.
So I'd like Mr. Souls to verify that if he could.
Okay, we'll ask him.
The sidewalk, Chuck is informing us that the cost of that sidewalk is not included in our grant request. I did not know that when I spoke earlier. The project from Hobbs Park to Constant Park shows the sidewalk eventually being built. It was our understanding, I guess.
I'm sure the estimates are sufficient enough that if we need to get that part done, it's not that long of an area, but it's not specifically, it wasn't included specifically.
Okay.
Well, we're concerned that this is basically competing with other important bicycle pedestrian needs, especially if you're going to raise the mill levy to do this. That's going to be another hard sell. We're already trying to raise the mill levy for the police department, for bicycle engineer and things like that. So
Okay.
I'm concerned about the funding itself and the source of the funding.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, public comments over. Other questions or comments? Bob, you suggested a cap on this? Yep. And at $100,000? to cover the cost of these items?
Yeah, pay down, use proceeds generated from paying down the balance in the general fund, but no more than $100,000.
Okay.
Dave, can I ask you a question?
Time out, excuse me.
Sorry.
We're done right now, Tony. There's adequate funds in the fund balance to be able to do that.
Well, what we would do is we would look at the timing of the public improvements, the timing of the, hopefully we get the grant, hopefully we're doing the project so that could be perhaps a change order with the contractor. We would look at our general fund street budget, see what all we can do in regards to all of that, but it's not a street maintenance priority for 2014 and 2015. So we're essentially taking from that program and spending at that program, either fund balance. I know what your direction is on mill levy. We're trying to avoid that so that we can do it with other projects. I don't have it budgeted for 14, and my only way to budget for 15 is to raise the mill levy or to spend down fund balance. And your draft 15 budget that Casey and I were working on this afternoon, we're trying to get all the things that we think you all are going to want in that budget.
Dave, should we be doing this right now?
Well, one of the challenges, Mayor, is that we all have different time horizons on this. This is when this development needs it in order to get their financial commitments to be able to proceed. I made the comment of hurry up and wait, and that's not derogatory. It's just sometimes how these things happen, where they finally work very hard to get the assemblage of all of their equity interests and the loan commitments and the real estate committees with banks. You all are familiar with that. And Tony's been contacting us in the previous weeks to say, I'm now ready to go and I need to go. We could say, no, you need to wait on our time horizon and when we can afford it, but the time might pass when we could see this redevelopment. We don't get that much redevelopment in this community. I wish we got more. But we certainly don't get very successful redevelopment. We've seen the success here. And it's not without its challenges, and there's a lot of issues here. I'm supportive of the project. You're talking about millions of dollars. It's infill development, and I think it's going to be a great asset to the neighborhood and to the community. So my staff's recommendation is yes.
Sure.
I just had one question, and that is, if item number 4 weren't funded, could that money be used for this project? The $120,000 for the Johnson County bus transit. But that's been budgeted, correct?
Well, we budgeted that in the transit funds,
Yeah.
and we need to spend
On transit.
on transit.
So it can't be done for this?
No,
Okay.
What's the saying? I can part red tape. I can't part the Red Sea. I mean, it's not. We can't do that, Commissioner. I would recommend against that.
Okay. And there's nothing from the general funds that goes into transit that could be used?
Well, we don't. Yeah, I would.
We've done that type of thing.
We have, and some of us wish we didn't have some of those skills, but we know how to do that. But I have a comfort level, particularly where you're saying you're going to cap the general fund commitment. We know the other funding sources. These are quotes, so we know what those are. We know that those are not to exceed amounts. I'm supportive of it.
Well, I believe that we're probably all pretty supportive of this, and here again, the performance that the developer here has made and produced, second to none. But I'm listening to all the information you're providing us, and we got shortfalls here, and we shouldn't raise taxes, shouldn't raise mill levy, and everything that goes along with it. I just want to make sure, or should we really be doing it right now? And I think you answered the question. So.
I believe so. I mean, this is a little bit of a prologue to some of our discussions in future weeks. But this has been a successful project. This is not someone who's come in with an idea. He has successfully executed. And I think he's done a lot for the neighborhood and for the community. And we talk a lot about infill redevelopment and talk a lot about that, draw up a lot of plans, but we don't get much of an opportunity to see it successfully executed.
Yeah, this is really a great opportunity. You know, just remember back before the Polar building was completed this time, it was planned for and got along, but it fell apart. They're hard to do. They're, well, almost impossible to do. He got it done. They've got a lot of momentum going. That district is really taking hold. It's really going to be one of our focal points of the community very, very shortly. It is already, but the more critical mass you put there, it's just going to build upon itself. I understand KT's concern about future plans. Obviously, if this works, it's going to draw more attention. There's going to be other development, but I can't help believe that that's what we want to see happen in that district, and that which was a very blighted area when it started. So, you know, I think it's a real opportunity, and I think, like Manager Corliss says, if we don't do this, we might miss the opportunity. If the funding, these things all have time triggers and mechanisms, and if it starts to unwind with the different programs that are out there, then you've lost the opportunity. So for the $100,000 of hard cash, that's what it looks like. The rest of the stuff is waived fees, and not that that doesn't count, but we're getting a lot of bang for the buck. We really are. So I'd do it.
Any other comment?
Did we need to close public comment?
No.
I'm supportive of this. I have some concerns about the cost, but I think it's a great project. But I'm not supportive of an increase in mill levy. I would be more for using the general funds.
Well, I'll agree that just because of what we've been able to see in the warehouse district and the commitment both by the developer and the city and everyone involved, I think that this is, you know, a wonderful part of our community and one that we've been supportive of. So I will support the idea of the capped amount at $100,000. I think it's a wise investment in a district that we think a lot of. So with that, if there's no other discussion, no other comments, I would entertain a motion then to authorize the expenditure from the general fund in a cap of $100,000 requested, and we do this from the spending down from the general fund balance.
As well as provide for the other public improvements necessary.
Absolutely. Sorry.
I'd move that.
Second?
Okay. Motion made and second for approval with a cap amount of $100,000 from the fund balance, along with the other items listed in the staff report. Made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Next item on the agenda is to consider the following items related to the Lawrence Public Transit System. The first is consider authorizing $120,000 in the K-10 connector funding for 2014. Diane.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. First, I wanted to provide a brief introduction on this item to you all, but before I do, I did want to acknowledge several folks from Johnson County who are here, Johnson County officials. We have Penny Postoke Ferguson, the Deputy County Manager here, and also Alice Amrine, who is the Director of Johnson County Transit, and Danny Lentz, the Assistant to the County Manager with Johnson County. Just to provide a bit of background for you here, in the fall of 2012, Johnson County had visited with the City of Lawrence related to the K-10 connector, which is a transit service that is operated by Johnson County Transit that operates between Johnson County and Lawrence. It was identified that there was a funding gap that was related to the operation of that particular route, and some assistance from the City of Lawrence was requested. As a result of some of those discussions, one of the things that we did in conjunction with the Johnson County officials was visited with the Kansas Department of Transportation to see if there were any funds that might be available for a route of this sort, which is really somewhat unique in the state. They had indicated to us that there were not any funds that would be available for this, this direct funding of the route. During the 2014 budget process, which you all had then last summer, there was discussion related to the request from Johnson County Transit. And as a result of some of that discussion, you all had some discussion at one of the study sessions related to the 2014 budget request, which we had suggested $120,000 in the 2014 budget. That amount ended up being placed in the 2014 budget as a budgeted item, but the expenditure of that money has not been authorized, and that's what the purpose of the discussion is for this evening. During your discussion about this request and that budget item for this budget year, there was some request for additional information that you all had. You were interested in hearing from other possible funding partners regarding the status of their thoughts on also participating. Also, there was interest in updating a ridership survey that had previously been done. And so we have a couple of updates for you with regard to that. The ridership survey was updated jointly in concert with working with Johnson County officials. This was updated in November of last year, and so that information is provided there for you. That ridership information does seem to indicate that there are a significant number of the riders that do live here. There are a significant number of those riders also that live in Johnson County. With regard to participation from others, we did approach Douglas County with this request and had indicated that we were looking for a response regarding to funding. They had indicated that they were not interested in participating in the funding because the transit operation comes through the city. We also visited with the officials at the University of Kansas, and there were discussions, I believe, between Johnson County and the Johnson County Community College. In your agenda materials for this evening, there is a letter that is from KU, and in the letter they indicate that they do not plan to expend funds to contribute to this route. They do explain that the funding that they get for transit comes from the student fees, and the students had not indicated a desire to increase fees, which is what would be required for any funding to be increased at this point. They also did point out that there are several sort of indirect or in-kind ways that they support this connector through some connecting routes and some capital improvements that they've had as well. And I'll let the Johnson County officials speak to the Johnson County Community College issue a little more directly, but we had understood that also they had declined participating in the funding. I did want to also make a note that last year during the budget discussions, the Public Transit Advisory Committee did provide you all with a recommendation related to the funds. They did indicate that they did not support the expenditure of transit funds in this manner because I believe that there were concerns with the prioritization of things within our own community. Staff is bringing you this item. We would continue to recommend this participation. We do think that it is an important route between the two communities and serves an important role. Although it's not a part of the discussion this evening because we are asking you all to focus on the 2014 request, There is a plan to have a request as part of the 2015 budget. And this would also be part of transit funds, which is where the 2014 funds of $120,000 are located. The amount anticipated for 2015 would be $200,000. And so I will be happy to answer any questions, and I'd also like to introduce Penny, and she would like to address you as well, and then of course either of us would be available for any questions that you might have.
Mayor, City Commissioners, Penny Postoke Ferguson, Deputy County Manager, KU grad, former Haskell student, Lawrence High grad, Lawrence native, just throw that in there. I know a little bit about...
They sent a ringer, I think.
Know a little bit about going back and forth on K-10 myself. We also, I know Diane introduced these folks, but I would like to do it again. Alice Amrine, our Director of Transit, and Danny Lenz from the County Manager's Office, Lawrence resident, KU grad. Throw that in there too. We appreciate consideration. This is a route that benefits both communities, and we would like to see it continue at the level it is. It's the most successful route in the state. As far as ridership, we have about 160,000 riders a year on this route that benefit our educational institutions jointly, KU Edwards, Johnson County Community College, but benefits both our communities, and we'd like to see the route continue as is and maybe enhanced in the future. This enhanced partnership would allow this route to be much more sustainable into the future, and I know I can sympathize with the transit folks here because we also have other priorities, but our board is asking us to reach out to you to see if we can work together to keep this going, the successful route going. So we appreciate your consideration. The survey that Diane referenced shows that we both have significant ridership on this. 53% in the latest survey is affiliated with KU. And with that, I stand for questions or allow others to make comments.
Penny, in your letter, you are asking us for confirmation of $200,000 in 2015. I assume the same amount in 2016?
Well, what our initial ask is, and I forgot to highlight this one important thing, and that is the overall route costs roughly $1.5 million to operate annually. With the fares that the fare brings in, which is a high fare, as any transit folks in here know, that it's a highest return, one of our highest returns routes in fare, which is about $500,000. So that leaves just under $1 million that we're looking for some partnership in. So what our initial ask was to look at somewhere, I think staff's talked between $270,000 and $320,000 eventually is what the portion we'd like to get to, understanding you didn't have it budgeted when we first asked. So we're trying to work together in partnership to ratchet it up over 3 years. So 2016 we would be asking for an increased amount to get to the desired level that we are, just allowing a few years of transition is the recommendation.
Okay. Questions of me?
When you say that you're requesting that amount, is that what the city and county and University of Kansas you think utilize for this combined?
Yeah, we looked at the costs, we looked at ridership numbers, population was considered in the mix, although we think ridership is probably a better indicator, but we were working with what the city staff thought was important with population. So we looked at overall costs and then really who benefits, and based on the survey, it's pretty close, with just slightly more on the KU Lawrence side on who benefits on ridership. So really it's the overall cost and subtract out fares, and we were actually even in the financial picture, we're looking at taking some of our state dollars and putting it towards this to help offset the costs as well. We have limited funds there and it's dwindling, so we put some amount towards that to offset those numbers. So really it's the overall costs minus whatever revenue from ridership basically, and then who benefits, and trying to come up with what we thought was fair. And I think working with city staff, we came up with something that's really close.
Let me ask it in a different way. If the city and the county and the university all contributed some to this, would the amount be the same, or would you ask for more?
Well, as Diane said, we have asked our universities, she talked about KU, and they're not participating at this time, as I understand. The Johnson County Community College is not able to contribute at this time. They also do similar things with their capital investment at the routes and some kind of in-kind type of stuff. But you asked me if I would ask for more if all participated?
What I'm asking is, do the Douglas County residents benefit from this transportation mode? And I take it myself, so I know that. Are you saying that the amount that you are asking for from the city of Lawrence is the same as the amount that you would ask if the other entities were also contributing?
I think if KU and the community college both participated, we could both decrease our amounts between the county and the city. Another way to look at it is to say from Johnson County Community, which is Johnson County Community College and the residents, and Lawrence and KU combined, and where KU Edwards is in there, I guess could be either or both, or more Johnson County since it's located there. You could look at it that way, the combined. I think that to have more partners would be the ideal. Diane mentioned KDOT, and we're taking, we have 160,000 riders a year. That's taking some load off of the highway in number of cars. So we ideally would think KDOT would be a potential future if, we can continue to work with them. If the colleges participate, that would lower all of our amounts. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, so basically you say that the amount that you're asking for is what the citizens of the Douglas County would be requested from by Johnson County Transit.
Yes, and we actually are pitching it to the city of Lawrence versus Douglas County residents since transit is operated there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thanks, Benny. Public comment on this item? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Carrie Lindsay, and I'm the Director of the Resident Services Office at the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. And I think that this $120,000 very small investment is overwhelmingly worthwhile for the amount of use that gets from some of my tenants that I serve alone. I can tell you the story of a young man who came into my office and wanted to be a car mechanic and had a suspended driver's license and some fines that he had to take care of before he could do that. But he rode the K-10 connector for the entire time, and he managed to achieve his goal and get his driver's license back. I think that the bus is always full. The parking lot there at 19th and Haskell, and I work off of Haskell, as you know, is constantly full. It is, if the city does, city government, all government does one or two things, public transportation would be an important part of that, and I think $120,000 is a small investment. I understand that it would be great if KU and Johnson County Community College stepped up to the plate, but their jobs are education, and city government gets transportation. So I would encourage you to support this. I can't think of a better system for helping our tenants become self-sufficient and get, college educations from the closest community college, aside from having this transportation option available to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Oh, I should also say that I sit on the Metropolitan Regional Transportation Advisory Board. So I'm here kind of in two capacities,
Okay,
but mostly as the Director of Resident Services.
good. So, other comment on this item? Okay. Hearing none, back to the commission.
Mayor, could you find out if we have statistics on the 2013 number. I was trying to find that earlier and I couldn't. We got through 2012. Do we have ridership for 2013?
Yeah, do you have numbers for 2013? Ridership, if you could come to the podium.
Alice Samray, Johnson County Transit. Ridership for 2013 was about 157,000.
So less than 2012?
Yes, we did a fare increase, and that decreased our ridership,
Mayor, can I ask, what was the fare increase again?
50 cents. So it went from $3 to $3.50.
Got it. Because the previous thing said $3. I thought it was still that, but so 50 cents you think drove 2,000 people to drive themselves?
Yes, because when we did the public hearing, many of them said that that's the cost of a gallon of gas. I can drive my car for that same amount.
They can't do that.
As long as you don't wear out your tires at the same time.
Okay.
362, you'll get
Maybe in a Prius.
quick. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sorry about that.
Should have kept it 341.
Yeah. Well, at 362 a gallon, I guarantee you they'll go back. Okay.
My guess is they'll be coming back soon.
Well, we did have this discussion a year ago during the budget process and finally came at an agreed upon number of our participation for 2014. Dave, if you I know you started work on where you are in the budget process. Is a number established for, have you looked at a number for 2015?
I'm hoping to listen to the commissioners this evening to get an idea about what we should do in regards to that for 2015. We actually worked on the transit budget today, did not include it, but obviously we can. It is included in the 2014 budget for this year.
Okay.
We can. What it does is that it reduces our ability to do other service enhancements in the community. I mean, it's we've stepped up with the Nightline service. We're fortunate enough to be able to move with a transit facility. We're going to have additional expenses, operating expenses associated with that, because we're going to be having another bus and some additional routes out there as well because with the new transit facility. So we have pretty good fund balance. Bob and others, I think, have managed it prudently. We have a good contractor partner with MV Transportation, but it reduces our ability to spend the money in the Lawrence transit system. But it also spending it also recognizes the fact that this is a service that benefits Lawrence and Douglas County, the community as well. The survey shows that Penny mentioned. So you're balancing a couple of different interests here.
But our advisory committee recommended against it.
That's correct.
Because they saw the need for local improvements or
Correct.
enhancements to
And they still do.
our
That's correct.
system. You know, the PTAC group and the recommendation that they've made is something that I've weighed really hard in this. And at the same time, the discussions that, the comments that we received and other groups not stepping up and wanted to help fund this, that's where I'm really having trouble here. I don't think that I can make a commitment in 2015. So the question comes in is whether or not it's appropriate at this time to go ahead and spend the $120,000 based on the fact no one else stepped up. And again, the advisory committee, our own advisory committee, saying that we need to keep the money locally. So, I guess as I look at it, that being the case, I guess I'm not convinced. I guess I'm convinced to keep the money here and be able to fund some of the program enhancements that we have, or the needs that we have, as recommended by our own advisory group.
That begs a very large question, and that question is, what happens to the transit system?
That one I can't answer, Bob.
Could we have a response from, yes, please? What happens, specifically, the question is, what if we don't fund this tonight and give you a doubtful sign for 2015.
I think we'd have to look at K-10 and see where we have to cut back. Our Board of County Commissioners also has a list of priorities. This is probably 4th or 5th on the list. We would like to see it continue and hope that we would have partnerships that value that as well. But if there's not this funding, we would have to look at options. I don't know what that looks like, but likely cutting service to some degree. I don't know what degree. I think that's something our Board of County Commissioners would have to weigh in. It would send a signal that you're not valuing the service to the current level today. So they would have to take that in consideration with their other priorities as well.
Thank you.
Mike.
I feel, I have a similar concern about taking these dollars and investing them in somebody else's transit system on paper. But I think when we did all this work for transit a few years back and we asked citizens of Lawrence to step up and make a decision on what they wanted to have in a bus system, their participation allowed us to really assimilate our systems with KU and drive ridership numbers up. And because of that ridership numbers, the dollars that we had prior to passing this tax and the dollars that we have now are directly related to the increase in ridership from the combination of the system. So there's really more dollars being placed into the system than ever. Federal dollars, I should say, federal transit dollars plus our sustainable amount from the tax. The only reason I would consider this money is because I feel like these 160,000 riders are feeding into our system, helping to support our ridership, thus keeping the dollars into the Lawrence transit system instead of allocated back to Johnson County or to some other municipality. So I think there's a possibility, and I could be wrong, we can ask our transit director, but from reading the memo, I feel like, if they remove this service or drop it down, we're going to see a decrease in ridership on our own transit system, and there's going to be a trickle-down effect, and I think we'll receive less federal dollars from this. So I want to make sure that we ask that question tonight, because it's something that I'd like to get settled. Because in my mind, I feel like it's worth the investment of $100,000 this year to try to get things going, and to keep our ridership numbers up and to keep our share of the federal dollars coming this way. That's my take on it. So.
Well, that's the transit question. The ancillary question is how many people don't go to KU because of the service is gone, or how many people from here don't go to Johnson County JUCO, or as cited, other services that they're participating in now. I mean, you're going to lose some people along the way. I mean, and that's an economic development issue.
So can we ask Bob that question?
We can. Okay. Where is Bob? Bob.
What was the question?
Ask away.
Assuming that our failure to participate in this will cause a reduction in service of the connection, K-10 connector, or a complete cutoff, I assume there's going to be a downstream effect on our bus systems where somebody uses the bus from that point forward to the park and ride, or excuse me, from the park and ride to another location, or from Haskell to another location. I know there's a lot of people that drive there, but there's probably quite a few people that take the bus further downstream. Is that true, and or will this affect the number of riders we have in our system?
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Okay.
Most of the riders that are coming in from Johnson County are going right to KU, and if there's going to be a loss in ridership, it's going to be who are actually getting off at the park and ride and riding it to campus, to the main campus. That is going to change anyway, probably next year. Danny could probably speak to that. KU is cutting back some curbs so the K-10 connector can actually operate on their campus, which they haven't been able to do so far.
Okay.
So that ridership will probably go down as a result of that alone, because people, instead of getting off at the park and ride and getting on a KU bus to ride to campus, they could just ride the K-10 right onto campus.
So KU's park and ride, or the service, is going to decrease because this system, this potentially in jeopardy service, is going to continue on to campus.
Yes, it would continue on to campus, but I think the ridership on, at least on our service, city service, we get very little ridership out of the K-10 connector. It's the KU service that
Okay.
really gets the ridership out of it. And it's going to go down anyway as a result of the restructuring on their campus.
But the dollars listed in this memo is a combination of the funds applied through Lawrence for KU as well, though, right? The $1,558,296 of the KDOT urban transit funding, that takes into consideration KU's ridership
Yes, it
too.
does.
So,
Yes, it does.
so that's not, so I'm not
everything
wrong
together.
in that if their numbers drop, the total numbers drop, and the funding is based on ridership now, right?
Right, yeah, a portion of it
Okay.
is on ridership, miles, and population.
So is it a stretch to think that if ridership goes down, that our share of that transit funding would go down as well? Whether
Go
it's
down.
KU's or
It will go
meaning
down. It's not-
in Lawrence?
Yeah, it's not a stretch, it will go down. You have to keep in mind that that's a 3-year floating average of those numbers, so they're not just using 1 year. We would lose a lot of funds next year for budgeting purposes, so it would go down. As a matter of fact, ours went down this year, and our ridership went up, and yet the funds we're getting this year on the CTP is
Were
going
affected.
down. Anyway,
That went down?
yes. And Johnson County's went up.
Because there's other things that go into the formula besides ridership,
Right, population,
Okay.
ridership, and miles.
the split.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mike?
Yeah. Hold on, Bob. You have a question
Yes.
for Bob?
No, no.
Okay. Sorry, Bob.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. I've probably taken this bus 50 times, and not once have I ever seen anybody at 19th and Haskell take a bus. They've all gotten out of cars. The majority of the people on the bus have come from the university, and I've taken the one right at 19th and Naismith. And they seem to walk down from the university, from the dorms and things like that. So my suspicion is pretty strongly that it would not affect our transit system directly, ridership, just based on the observations I have, and that's anecdotal, but I think they're somewhat real. I asked Dave today that I don't like the game of chicken. I didn't like it in high school when people played that, and I wouldn't like it now. And what I mean by that is, if we denied this, my reason to deny it would be because I think the University of Kansas, and I think other people should contribute to this. And when I look at the University of Kansas reasons for it, $86,000 annually to provide an extra Route 41 for their students because they use this so much. I mean, that's to plug into their transit system so they don't have to take them to JUCO. I don't buy any of that money as extra money supporting this system. When they talk about further funding for this because of the 50-foot lane to get them closer to the university, that's also a university need that they should do anyway. That has nothing to do or mitigates any type of monies. The only thing I see is that they really do is gives them $6,000 a year because they sell passes to it. So I think the university has a significant obligation for this, and I think they are not recognizing that, or they're not admitting to it. I can tell you that when I go on this, there's 2 or 3 of us that live in the city that go on this bus, and everybody else is a University of Kansas student, as far as I can tell. Less than 10% that I see get on the bus there, and there might be at other places. So I guess one of my thoughts was not to fund this at all, but I do think we as a city, this is an important function. I have adolescents coming into my office many times who take this bus, and this is the way they get to JUCO, and this is the way they can afford to get to JUCO. So I think it's an important service that we provide, but my question's based to the people from Johnson County that run the system, and I think they do a great job, would be that the amount that we should pay would be about $120,000. And that might even be excessive, because I think the majority of this should come from the university. And if this, and I don't think we should play a game of chicken where we say we're going to not fund it, because I think we should do the right thing. And the right thing is to support those citizens in Lawrence that need this type of transportation, just like we've done with the bus system. So I would be in support of the $120,000, But I guess I, as a commissioner, would never recommend more because I think the university should, and if they curtail or decrease this, then I think that would be the responsibility of the university to take up that mantle and take up the responsibility for funding this because it's their students that use it. So those would be my general comments to it. I do think it's the right thing that we do because our citizens benefit from it, but I think the university has significant amount. The county has a significant amount, and JUCO has a really significant amount. So
When you said that you would consider funding at $120,000, is that on an annual basis? Or is that-
yes, because I think that's, our citizens use that, and I think this is something that would cost us a significant amount more if we did it on our own and provided students, or non-students, just citizens of Lawrence, this ability to get to Kansas City and to use their bus system, because their bus system comes right into this, and you can go to anywhere in Kansas City based on this. So if we're trying to create a situation where we're promoting decreased footprint for carbon dioxide, trying to promote decreased use of cars by the citizens of Douglas County, this is one way that we can do it. But I don't think we have the majority of responsibility for this. I think the University of Kansas and JUCO and the county do.
Did the answers that Bob gave help?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. This is not an easy question to answer because I think there's a lot of moving parts. I think there's some people take the bus, some ride their bike, put the bike, some drive their cars. It's a complicated process, and I think KU has their own problem to handle too with this, especially some of the upgrades we're talking about. So yes, thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor, any comment?
So, it's probably a question for somebody. How'd you like that? What percentage of the 160,000 riders originated in Lawrence? Did I just miss that one? Because the survey that was done, I'm calculating about 53%.
Based on the most current survey, it is about 53%, but when we had done it the year before, it was a 60-40 split.
So 53% Lawrence in 2013
Yes,
and 60% in Lawrence in 2012.
that is correct.
And what's the total budget for this K-10 connector?
Approximately $1.5 million.
And the net is $1 million.
$1 million after you take the fare box out.
So my math might be off here, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're asking us to get to $320,000 in 2016, which is 32% of the total budget that it costs to put this thing on, when we have 50 to 60% of the ridership that originates here.
That is correct.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Is that your comment?
That was my question.
Okay.
Sounded like a statement.
It did.
Maybe that was intentional.
I see.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so out of all of this, tonight, the only item that we are dealing with is the $120,000 for 2014, correct?
Yes.
That is an action item that you have before you. If you want to give us a little help for 15 now too, we'd be happy to take that help as well. Okay?
No, because there's too many things that we've got to look at the expenditures against, I mean, there's just no way, David. I'll speak for myself.
Yeah, I'm not interested in talking about 2015 tonight.
Okay?
Or, excuse me. Yeah, I guess it would,
Yeah,
the next
2015.
2015 funding, yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with waiting on that discussion as well.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll be discussing it in the next few weeks, so.
Okay. And
But I am going to support this motion tonight. I think it's important to, I sat in on some of those meetings with the value of the transit system, especially between the two institutions. I think it's good. I think it's get a lot of leverage out of it. Right now, we're paying 120, we're paying 12% of the total, so, of the costs.
Okay. Well, Bob, I appreciate that. Vice Mayor, I appreciate your question and comment on the percentage of ridership and where it may have originated from. Commissioner Reardon, I appreciate your perspective on the use of the system and where our participation ought to be. And Commissioner Dever, I appreciate your questions concerning ridership and the effect on funding and what effect that'll have. Unfortunately, I think I'm still where I was in the beginning, in that our advisory committee who is recommending says that we shouldn't do this. But anyway, if there are any other questions, no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion one way or another then. The item before us is to consider authorizing the $120,000 in K-10 connector funding for 2014 only.
Moved.
Second. Each, sorry.
And motion made and second for approval is made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Passes 4-1. Thank you all very much. Next item, consider receiving, thanks for coming over this evening. Next item on the agenda is to consider receiving a report regarding the consideration of 21st and Stewart Avenue as location for the transit hub. Bob.
Oh, come on, Gene. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This has been a long and winding path about this transit center analysis. As you know, it's been over a year ago when we started this process looking for more of a permanent location for a transit center in our community. That process has led us, as I say, on a fairly winding path. If you remember, we we came to commission last year with 3 finalized candidate locations or sites. We initially started with, finding the mean center of our community in a number of different ways. We found 7 locations or 7 candidate sites. We brought 3 of those to you as a body. You chose one of those, which was at 925 Iowa, that we were going to look at as being a potential transit center location for us in the long-term future. Out of those 7 sites that we were looking at, there was the 925 site. There was what's called the throwing pits, I guess, at the Memorial Stadium at 1101 Fambro. There was the northeast corner of Crestline and Bob Billings was a location. 19th and Iowa, kind of the northwest corner of 19th and Iowa, was a location. 2021 Stewart. There was a location at the southeast corner of Crestline and Bob Billings. And then there was one at the Park and Ride facility at 2029 Becker. Out of those locations, 5 of them kind of fell off the radar screen almost immediately for future use as we talked to KU, as we talked to some of the private property owners in the general area. 5 of those fell off the radar screen. So the one that you had chosen as being 925 Iowa was one of the only 2 that was kind of left in the mix. As we got done with, or as KU got done with their master planning process, their master planners suggested looking at the 2021 Stewart site because it worked with their master plan and what they were wanting to do for the future. And that was one of the reasons why the Park and Ride lot went off. is because they had other plans for the park and ride lot. They're actually going to downsize the park and ride lot, and things are going to change out there. So out of those 7 locations, we had it down to 2. The location at 925 Iowa, we have had no response from the property owners there. We had approached them twice prior to even coming to commission the first time. They entertained conversations about doing a transit center there. They haven't responded to us at all since commission decided for us to go that direction. So really, we have just the 2 locations, the 925 Iowa and the 2021 Stewart, that we have been looking at in earnest. Give you some kind of cost comparisons of those 2 sites. No matter what we do in finding a transit center in our community, it's probably going to mean that we're going to have to restructure a lot of our service. I mean, right now, everything is focused on the downtown predominantly. If we move that center somewhere else in our community, all those routes are going to have to be changed to go to that site. So there is going to be a cost to no matter where that is. As you can see, 925 Iowa is closer to the downtown, so the costs were not going to be as high as they would be for 2021 Stewart. The most costly of the ones that we were looking at was the park and ride facility. It's about the farthest away from the downtown, which was going to be the most costly for at least the operating things. As you can see, the top portion shows the capital cost. If you look down right before it says total capital cost, it says routes that need to be added 1 vehicle. At 925 Iowa, we're going to have to add 1 bus to Route 1 in order to keep it the same level of service as we have right now. And at 2021 Stewart, we're going to have to add 2 vehicles, 1 on Route 1 and 1 on Route 6. And that's just to keep the same level of service we have now on all our routes. The cost of operating those 2 locations annually would be, for the 925, would be about $400,000 more a year just to restructure and to add that in and put additional hours of service in. At 2021 Stewart, it's going to be about $535,000 plus. It's going to cost more annually to operate those locations. There are some roadway improvements that we have been looking at, and we've been looking at this still at 925, even though 925 Iowa, even though they've been non-responsive, we've still been looking at what it would cost to operate there and what it would cost to operate at Stewart. So you'll see most of this, we're kind of comparing those 2 together because that's really the only relative thing that we can compare it to other than what we're doing now. So with the 925 Iowa, there would be some related roadway improvement costs that would be needed, some repaving on 9th Street, repave a leg of Rockledge down in there, which would be about $1.7 million probable cost. For 2021 Stewart, we know that we have to put in, we don't have to do this originally or initially, no matter where we are, but these are our suggested improvements. We have to do a westbound turn lane, a left turn lane on the west leg of 21st and Iowa, northbound right turn to 21st and Iowa, and there's a couple other things there too. So you can see the cost at Stewart would only be about $1 million, a little over $1 million in additional roadway improvements. The consultants put together some site plans for both of those locations. We've actually fleshed out a little bit more at the Stewart location, giving you a little bit of a color view of this. This is the way it would lay on the land at 2021 Stewart. It give you a little bit of idea. This is Iowa over on this side. Of course, this is 21st on this side. Stewart, which cuts through on up to 19th, just north of there. And the fire station is 3 properties north of there at the intersection of 19th and Iowa. As you can see, it fits pretty well on the existing property. This property is endowment-owned property. What we've been talking to the university about is a very similar deal to what we did at Fire Station 5. And that was the university saw some value in having a fire station located very close to their campus. So instead of us paying the additional property cost to buy a piece of property and then do some improvements on it, KU gave us a long-term kind of deal where we could develop a fire station there on the north end of that block. And similar, that's what we've been talking to them about here, is pretty much a long-term agreement with them for a number of years where it wouldn't cost us a lot for the property. So, and they view that, and there's some university representatives here can speak to some of that also. They view that as a tremendous value to what they're trying to do. It really ties in nicely with what their master plan is. Their master plan talks a lot about pedestrian movement and about really reducing, I think, auto traffic in and around the campus and the need for parking and all that. So improving transit and getting transit closer to the campus is very valuable to them. The elevations, the top elevation is one, if you were standing just south on the south side of 21st Street looking north at the property, that's what it would look like. As you can see, Iowa Street and a signal would be on the left-hand side, Stewart on the right. The bottom elevation is a little bit hard to understand. If you were standing in the intersection of Stewart and 21st and looking northwest, that's what you would see. So it would be what you would see if you were coming out of the neighborhood. That's kind of what you would, that would be the view of what you would see coming out of the neighborhood. We recognize that we have a fire station. One of the things, there were two entities that we talked to. One was the fire chief and the fire department. The other was the elementary school and the principal at the elementary school to try to get their feedback on what it would mean to operate large vehicles in the vicinity of their facilities. What we've done here, and you can see kind of with the proposed bus movements, if we were operating at this facility, would be we wouldn't operate on 19th between Stewart and Iowa. That's because that's a very short block. And if we would put buses in that short block and the fire would have to respond to something, we could lock that intersection up. We could have as many as 4 or 5 vehicles sitting in that intersection, and not with a fire truck in there, we wouldn't want to be there. So we're kind of keeping it away from that intersection as much as possible. You can see that the inbound, anything coming from north, northeast, northwest would be coming in southbound on Iowa down to 21st and come in that way. Anything coming from like the east side, old East Lawrence and stuff would be coming in across 19th. And then anything from the south, southeast, or southwest would be coming in from the south side of Iowa that way. Outbound would be kind of the reverse of that. If you're going north, northwest, northeast, you would probably be going up Iowa. If you're going true east, you'd be going across 19th, up Stewart to 19th and out. And one of the things that you'll see here is I am showing a dotted line here at the bottom of this on the inbound. Right now, we have a 1 KU route, Route 38, which operates from Melrose and 25th. That comes up, comes across 23rd to Oslo and comes north on Oslo, 21st, and then goes north on Stewart. So we're still showing that there. That would not change as a result of this. We're also showing on the other side, if we were going to connect the park and ride, there would be some movement across this side. If we continue to do what Route 11 does now, which is operate across Irving Hill and across Constant, we would still have movement here on this side, and the same for the outbound stuff. Some of the neighborhood concerns, we've had 2 meetings with the neighborhood in the area of 21st and Stewart. There's a number of concerns they have, a number of questions they had, like what is included in the site. The site that we're looking at is going to be pretty much a canopy with windbreaks, a restroom for relief for drivers and staff only. It would be self-contained, kind of with landscaping, as you can see from the elevations. It would be kind of self-contained and buffered from the neighborhood. Right now, as you probably saw in the site layout, there is parking just north of there, but that is a parking lot that is currently controlled by KU Parking and Transit, because they're doing some work up on the hill, Daisy Hill, with some of their housing up there, so they're utilizing that right now. That would not be part of what we're doing at this site. Security, yes, we would definitely have some kind of security there. We just invested a lot of money at our maintenance facility in security. We plan on doing the same thing at this site. It's somewhat of a remote site away from where our offices are, so we want to be able to monitor that at all times. How you maintain the cleanliness of the site. Right now, we have a contract with a company that does cleaning of all our shelters. They do most of them once a week. We have several of them that need it twice a week, and sometimes even more. If we get those response, we would just include that as part of their contract. Are there plans for the parcels just north of those? At this point, I know of nothing that has been talked about. You have Fire Station 5, which is the north parcel of the 4. This site would be the south parcel. There's 2 parcels that would be empty in the center. I know of no plans at this point, and I don't think Endowment has heard anything. I don't think anybody at KU has either. How many buses would use the site? We want to house 8 buses in there every half hour is what we're looking at. We do have, if you go back to some of the site plans, we do have some locations on the street here where things like KU routes could operate there. The K-10 connector could possibly operate in there. Right now, we have the 38 KU routes that are parking on this side, so we still have some of that going on. But that would be outside of the actual site that we're looking at for this. How long have people be waiting at the site? What we've done over the last 5 years is we've kind of rethought how we do transit. Transit is all about, we call it a hard transfer. When you get on one bus and you're trying to go somewhere across town, you want to be able to get on that bus and go and get off the bus that you're on, get on the bus that's going to take you to your final destination and go. It's called a hard transfer. And so our system over the last 5 years, we've designed it very well to be very hard. So people won't have to get off the bus and wait 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour for a bus. There should be a bus pretty much there waiting for them. Our contract provider, MV Transportation, is very good at communicating between buses and making sure that they meet those transfers the best that they possibly can. So we want to make sure that there's not a whole lot of kind of just hanging around at the transit center. The system will be designed so it'll take care of a lot of that. How long will people have to wait at the site? If we do it right and have good hard transfers, they shouldn't have to wait long. If we have all our service at half-hour service, which means every bus would come by at every location every half hour, then the longest they should wait should be just a few minutes when they get off one bus to the next. So how you control noise? If you go back to the site plan, again, you can see that we put a lot of effort into at least the initial stages of this, of doing a lot of buffering for the neighborhood here and on this side. We even had some conversations with the neighborhood, and afterwards we've come back and said, well, okay, there were some concerns about maybe these trees would die and it would kind of leave a void and sound could get through there. And so actually people in Public Works are saying, well, we could put a berm in there and get 4 or 5 feet in height off of that, and then we could put smaller trees in, and it'd be a lot more sound barrier than even doing larger trees. There were some discussions about how water and how we were going to handle water. As you know, our planning basically says you have to, whatever you do there, you have to retain that water. You have to be able to take care of that, whatever you're generating as far as runoff. So that's why we have the retention pond as part of that. That would be the low portion of the property, so it would all generally run to that area. Let's see, how many buses currently operate on Osdale at 21st? Right now, the only route that we operate on there is 160 days a year. It's Route 38, and it's a half-hour service, am I right? Half-hour service, so it's operating 11 hours a day, every half hour. So that's what we're operating right now, and that's all we really intend on doing on Osdale, just maintaining that service. Will buses conflict with children going to school? We've had discussions with the elementary school there. They don't think there's going to be a whole lot of conflict. If you think about it, there are school buses that are going there anyway. There's a lot of individual cars coming in there to drop kids off at 2 in the morning. So they didn't think that it would be much of a problem. Would it conflict in fire response? I already spoke to that a little bit. Will the site cause problems for cyclists? This corridor is actually a biking corridor, 19th Street. Mike, you could probably speak to it better than I could. But it is a biking corridor. We want to maintain that. We do want it to be as multimodal as we can possibly get. Right now, we're talking about just pedestrian and bicycling. So we want to maintain that as much as we possibly can. Will there be a traffic study? Yes, we have a traffic study done. That's what's made this such a long and laborious kind of task going through this exercise, is that we went through it, kind of came up with locations. When we went to the neighborhood the first time, they wanted to know what the impact of a signal was. I think we all realize, and staff has realized it from the very beginning, that a signal will cause some change in traffic patterns, probably in that neighborhood. But what will it do is the question. That's why we did a traffic study. We have some people here from Olson and Associates who did our transit center analysis study. They also did our traffic analysis for us, and they could answer some questions about that. But we do recognize it could be up to 20% more traffic in there. But, and they could probably speak to this too, there's not that much traffic that you would really, not as much as you would think in that general area anyway. So 20% is not, wouldn't be that shocking. As part of their traffic study, they found that yes, indeed, there was a warrant for, or the intersection of 21st and Iowa warranted a signal. So right now, as it exists today, because of accidents, and I don't know, I think that was the only warrant that took it over, it warrants a signal there. In order for us to operate there, we would have to have a signal there. And you can see how we were routing buses in and out. We couldn't get out on Iowa without a signal there. We would have to have that. As I stated, the traffic in the neighborhood will increase with a signal there. We know that. What can be done to lessen the impacts? And I'm going to have Chuck Souls speak to this. And this is not going to be any different than you've seen, Chuck. We haven't talked about this a lot. But he's going to give an overview of some of the potential traffic calming approaches that we can use.
As Bob said, we did have a traffic study done. Olson Associates did it. It's actually 2 warrants, peak hour volumes and crash experience. The neighborhood did ask, what we could do to potentially minimize some of the cut-through traffic that maybe people noticing that there's a signal there now at 21st and Iowa, so start using 21st Street to get through. So we just came up with our typical traffic calming approaches. This first one here is a neighborhood entrance. We have this at the intersection of Folks and Mulberry. It's basically, it tells people, hey, you're getting off your highway, you're getting into a neighborhood, you need to slow down. This is a one-way street. In this case, it's going east with bike lanes going in both directions, called a bike corridor. You could do it just on one block, and the rest of the area would maintain its 2 lanes of traffic. Any of these proposed options could be combined, or they could be individually used. The infamous roundabouts, we've put one at Osdale. Again, it's just slowing people down so they don't have that straight drive from Iowa all the way over to Naismith. Partial diverter, this could be put in any intersection. It's like 6 and Schwartz, where it allows people out of the neighborhood, but you can't turn off a 6th Street into the neighborhood. We looked at just a realignment of the intersection there at 21st and Stewart, so that when you're coming off of Iowa, or if you're going to Iowa, you have to pull up to a stop, probably at that intersection, and make a determination as to what you want to do and make a turn. Speed cushions, we have those in several neighborhoods. They are effective to keep the speeds down. Again, you can combine these with speed cushions and neighborhood entrance treatment. You can make one block or a short area, one way. Just different ways to go about it. Again, another roundabout. Just different alignments for how you could do that. So I can answer any questions on any of these.
Where we're at now is we have the one location at 925 Iowa that we were looking at. Apparently that's not going to happen. The property owners there don't want to talk to us about the transit center there. What we have now is 2021 Stewart. The other location that we have is where we're at now, which is at 7th and Vermont. So whatever guidance you can give as far as what we need to do in the future with this, that's really what we're asking for tonight. And with me, we have representatives from our operating MV, we have KU representatives, we have Olson, and myself, so I think one of us could probably answer any questions you have, if you have some.
Thanks, Bob. Questions?
I don't think so.
Okay, public comment on this item. Michael, if you have 4 minutes, please.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Allman, speaking for Sustainability Action Network again. We see this as representing a number of concurrent needs in the neighborhood, in the city, but we look at that as really opportunities more than problems. Sustainability Action has a basic mission of reducing energy consumption across the board, and getting people out of the cars, whether it's through transit or bicycles, is one of our objectives. This, obviously, in our estimation, is a combination of doing that for both bicycles and transit. We see this as an excellent opportunity to meet the need of the neighborhood for traffic calming, as well as meeting the need for the city for transit ridership and efficiency and lower costs or expanding service, as well as an opportunity to have the first bicycle boulevard in Lawrence. That represents 21st, that is 21st Street, which is approximately 2.25 miles long from Barker Avenue to Iowa. For any number of reasons, it's an ideal situation for a bicycle boulevard. 2 miles is typical minimum length of a bicycle boulevard. It has the ability to serve connections between Barker neighborhood, Centennial neighborhood, a bit of at the Lawrence High School there, and KU, as well as the transit hub, all at the same time, which is what a bicycle boulevard is intended to do, to be a link and a connection. And so I'd just like to go through some of the ways that, and I appreciate Mr. Soules' ideas, but I want to present some other options that we might consider here. At Barker neighborhood, for instance, could be a partial street closure, similar to, like Mr. Soules mentioned, at 6th and Schwartz, so that people could enter automobiles could not enter 21st, but they could exit 21st. And the idea of a bicycle boulevard in all cases is that at the various intersections along the boulevard, auto traffic is diverted off of the street to give bicycles the primary options there. At most of the intersections, particularly east of Louisiana Street, where 21st Street is very narrow and lends itself to a bicycle boulevard as well, the main device would be what's called a diagonal diverter, so that any car that is on 21st Street when it reaches the next intersection is diverted off the street. You can enter the street from the north or south through that diverter as well. At major intersections, like at Massachusetts, Louisiana, Osdahl, Naismith, it's a median refuge island where, let's imagine this is Massachusetts or Osdahl. This median island is a refuge for the bicyclist halfway across the street, as well as not allowing traffic on the main street to turn left into the bicycle boulevard. There is also some of the intersections, which are T intersections, would require a forced right turn at that intersection. And then, as we have seen before, the mini circle is another option. All of these things can be used creatively in different ways without putting in speed bumps. But I like Chuck Soules' idea of realigning Stewart Avenue. He also added a connection over to 21st Street there. So that could be the east terminus. We see there's lots of options getting a traffic engineer and a bicycle engineer to actually figure out which intersections will require which treatments is really what it comes down to. So we appreciate it and we support this for reasons of bicycle transportation and transit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very interesting.
Jim?
Mayor Emmons, Commissioners, my name is Jim Woods, and I'm a homeowner in this Wegler neighborhood. And I want to refresh your memory, those of you that attended some of the meetings. First meeting got a little hot over at the fire station. Had some property owners, we had some business owners, and it was a thumbs down all the way. There was a call for a vote. Mr. Corliss, I think, saw the writing on the wall and said it wasn't necessary. It was an information meeting. Most of you attended the last meeting and listened to the neighborhood concerns. I see in the paper you're going to spend $4 million on this thing. What if it doesn't work? How are you going to keep the snow off the people? Are we going to keep plowing money into it, air conditioning, heating? I don't think you want to do that. My next concern is the traffic on Osdale. Swagler is adding on to the school, which means an increase in traffic. 9 months out of the year, 5 days a week, morning and evening, Swagler is a minefield with traffic. Fire department doesn't run down Osdale in the afternoons when the school lets out. They're smarter than that. Buses keep running through it. I talked privately with some firefighters who won't go on the record, won't be named, but they are dead set against this because they're going to hit a bus one of these days, and they can see the writing on the wall. They've had some near misses. Chief, you can speak to that?
Jim?
Okay. Got to be a better idea, guys. The neighborhood is against it. It's going to drag our property values down. It's not the thing that we want in the Swagler neighborhood. We have enough bus traffic as it is. 21st Street will turn into a racetrack if you put a light in. Bad enough already with the high school kids from Lawrence High. I asked you to look at some other sites. The fact that the guy at 9th and Iowa wasn't interested, you have eminent domain. Let's look at 9th and Iowa again. You're not intruding on anybody's neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks. Other comment? Other public comment? Okay, seeing none, back to the commission. Question?
I don't, no, thank you.
This is always difficult when we have to move something new. This bus service needs a home. We can't keep moving it around. When I look at the concept of transit, and I think Mike Dever talked a minute ago and had questions about transit, when I see the synergy with KU at this point, with students being able to take buses from their apartments to this center very easily and getting to the university very easily, I see an increase of ridership on our bus system, decrease CO2 emissions, and I see a benefit for that. I take 21st Street when I go out to Clinton Parkway and ride my bike, and it's a great corridor for that. And I think with traffic calming, we can mitigate some of the questions, and I think the concerns were valid. I think we can mitigate most of those. I think you can mitigate everything, but when I look at this particular property, I see very few individual houses affected by it, probably less so than any other place in Lawrence, other than on 9th Street when we looked at the one on off Iowa. But I think the ability to do this here is good. I think the children's safety we need to keep in context. I think very few children will walk this direction because there aren't any homes right around this. It's really pretty isolated with the the lack of buildings around it, and there are going to be a couple houses that are affected, but I think the amount of air pollution, wind, and the noise pollution that come from this will be minimal for the citizens of Lawrence. It has to go someplace. So I think when you look at all the parts with this, all the benefits, all the negative parts, there's always going to be some negatives, and most of those we can mitigate, but not all. But I think the positives far outweigh the negatives, and this is the only logical place in Lawrence to put this. I don't think there's any other place to really put this type of bus system, and it does need a home. So although there are some negative aspects to it, I think it's far overwhelming that the positives are there, and so for that reason I would support it.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I went to the meetings, and I've been to other meetings, other neighborhoods, and it's not a very well-loved creature, but yet it is important for good transportation to find a permanent home for it. We've been moving it around. I like this site. I think it is a good site in that it's on the far edge of the neighborhood. It impacts very, very few homes. I think we can mitigate the traffic issues. I am especially interested in seeing Michael Allman's presentation work through the project, work into the project. I think that's an important part of it. It could be another winning element of that with regards to how we realign the streets. It would help to calm the traffic in the neighborhood as well as provide a true boulevard for the bicycles from far east Lawrence over to Iowa Street. So I think it's good. I think the other sites have all had flaws, a lot of difficulties. It's going to increase. This will allow for the increase of bus times. It'll be more efficient. It should help our ridership, and I just think it's a very good site to start with. So, and it especially it interacts with KU, and they believe that that's a good project for the university as well.
So I'm sitting over here, and I've just got another idea. I'm wondering, since we're talking about now the potential of 2 public facilities that we're going to potentially be constructing sometime in the next few years, why not do those in tandem with one another? Because I think there are some comparative advantages that one would offer the other. Of course, I'm speaking about the police facility and the public transit hub. It seems to me that by virtue of having a 24-hour run facility, you give advantages to, and my understanding is that it potentially could be open 24 hours, at least the front part of it, maybe, I don't know, but the police facility, right? It's going to have traffic in it at 24 hours a day. Is that?
Well, it has that opportunity. And Terry can speak to this. Generally, the police facility doesn't have public hours, 24 hours a day. Police officers do stop by either the judicial law enforcement building or the ITC after hours, but it's not usually staffed.
Well, I guess my thinking is for the elements, for the potential for restroom facilities, which this transit hub is not going to have for the general public, and I know and understand that they're not going to be waiting there for very long. However, I'm just throwing it out there for our consideration, and maybe it's just a stupid idea, but I'm wondering if this should not kind of be in the conversation. Shared cost of infrastructure, shared cost of land acquisition, potentially shared cost of building it out together, if these shouldn't be kind of in the conversation together. We already have, we've heard from the neighbors how they're really not on board with it. I certainly love the partnership with the University of Kansas and appreciate that. I'm just wondering, since we're going to be constructing 2 public facilities, if it would make sense to see what we can do to maybe do them together. So I don't mean to continue to hammer this point home if you guys are all ready to move forward, but just wanted to throw that out for your consideration.
Okay, more food for thought.
Or maybe just bad food.
No. Well, one of the questions that I have is on the Stewart site, the property that is between the location here and the fire department building. What are the potentials for that property? And what kind of effect will that have on this site?
Well, the University of Kansas Endowment Association owns that property. They are not interested in selling that property. They are not interested in selling the property where we would have the transit hub. They are interested in entering into a long-term lease with us. We don't own the property where Fire Station 5 is. We have a long-term lease. So a number of cooperative land uses that we've had with KU. I don't know that they have any specific uses for it. I don't know that it would be incompatible for that. We did look at this site as part of our police facility analysis. It's just not large enough for their acreage needs. They need a minimum of 13 acres, and that's not at this site. It's good central location in the community, just not big enough. I don't know, Mayor, if I'm getting at your question or not, but that's what I know, and others may be able to speak to that are here as well. So.
Well, it seems to me, it just seems to me that, this location and the meetings that we had in Schwegler neighborhood, one of the things that was clearly pointed out is how we control the traffic as it heads back to the east, the potential for increased traffic through the neighborhood with our buses, and also with the light, that's going to be at 21st and Iowa. I really believe that's probably going to change quite a bit of the traffic movement back into the neighborhood, in and out of the neighborhood. So I think one of the things before I'm ready, to consider this is the final site, is if we're going to look at the suggestions Michael brought up, those kind of improvements in the neighborhood, I just think that is an important part of the decision-making process before that I can proceed to, endorse this site. I mean, I think there's a lot of change that's about to happen to 21st Street. And most of it has to do, maybe not from our side in the development as we look at 21st and Stewart, but the change of that light at 21st Street, 21st and Iowa.
So what does that change mean to you?
Well, I think that we've got a responsibility to make sure whatever changes we make at 21st and Stewart were the changes that we make into the neighborhood. We recognize that the potential for increased traffic, I think it's going to be greater than what we can imagine. And I think it's going to be fairly fast traffic. But that's just me.
Mike, I'm just wondering, I see this as a very dangerous corner now because it is a bike corridor, and the fact that it has the attributes of already meets the criteria for having a light there, regardless of what this is. I guess, does that affect your thoughts at all?
Terry, I don't disagree with, the light and the necessity.
Okay.
The warrants are there for the lights. But if we have the light and the potential of the development of this site, I think that we have an obligation to, as part of the decision-making process on this, what kind of changes are necessary east or at 21st and Stewart and to the east to protect the neighborhood from the additional traffic, because we're about to change it. I think for the greater, and it's going to be coming from the east and the west.
Okay. If the bus system was located in the Venture Park, possibly with the police station, we don't know at this point because that's another issue later tonight, I would assume that would increase dramatically cost for that, for operations. Would that be correct?
Yeah, as I mentioned, relocating it to the park and ride was going to be a tremendous expense.
Yeah, and that's
Going to
very
Venture Park
close.
is like putting
Yeah.
us on the edge of our service area, so it would,
Would you be able to run this system and create it every half hour like you do now if it were on the east side of the
the
city?
way the math works, it really doesn't. I mean, the way we operate now, for a route coming out of downtown, going out to like the southwest, the best we can do is like a 60-minute route unless we put a lot more buses on there. So it kind of unbalances our system. And I don't know really how to word that, but it kind of unbalances it. We'd have some routes that would be maybe 15 minutes on the east side of town, and then others that'd be extremely long going across the other side of town. So it'd make it really difficult. Not that we couldn't do it.
I think it's an interesting idea, but it just seems like it would massively increase ridership time and also cost.
Yeah, it would. You'd have people going from the west side of town, clear across town to the east side of town to get back to maybe downtown. That ridership would be right in the bucket.
So, so again, sorry, Bob, indulge me for a minute. We've got a number of sites that we're looking at for the police facility. I'm thinking perhaps 16 blocks north on a site just to the south of I-70. You're still along the spine of the city, very centrally located. You can get south very quickly. You've got access to 6th, 9th, 15th, 21st, 23rd, 31st, et cetera. Pretty quick ride down that way. Would operationalizing this at that location present as much of a problem as perhaps it would, say, if it were located out of Venture Park?
It'd be about the same. I mean, you're still going to have somebody that's coming from, say, 31st in Iowa, that they're going to want to get to Haskell, and they're going to have to go clear to the north side of town and come all the way back to Haskell, most probably. So, yeah, it makes it very difficult. That's one of the reasons why when we looked at the mean center of our community where our transit system was, where the actual origins and destinations were from those users of the system, and they all seem to end up right about where that thing on the hill is called KU. That's where the activity is, and that's what drives a lot of what goes on in our community. So that really makes it easy to provide some kind of service.
Well, I just want you all to understand, I'm not saying that this is, the world's worst site. All I'm saying is that what we're about to do is with the change of the stoplight at 21st in Iowa and the development of this lot, we are going to change the flow of traffic and the increase in traffic in the Schwegler neighborhood. And we need to recognize that. And before we make the final decision on this site, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at, improvements that are going to be necessary to protect, folks who live along 21st Street and Osdale, because I think these are real problems that are about to happen.
Okay, so what I would say...
All I'm saying is before we approve this site finally, we look at those improvements and incorporate, again, what Michael's brought up, and improvements as, the Public Works Director is presented also.
So I agree with you. 21st Street needs to be re-evaluated from a local service standpoint. Just so that we understand, KU's master plan was unveiled recently in the last 12 months, and they're planning on doing a lot of things as well with all the land they own to the west of here and to the north of here, including probably some of the land that's adjacent to here. They are in the throes of putting in means of moving from the university at the Hill to West Campus, so it's all one uniform site, in the ability to walk and to ride and to move about. It makes perfect sense to me to put a transit facility here, only because I believe three things are going to happen. Use of 21st Street is going to decrease when the SLT goes in, because I can profess and confess that I've used that street to move east and west through town for years commuting to Kansas City on K10. That road was used by me in lieu of 23rd Street. I think when we have a way to get east to west, there's going to be reduction in service or use of 21st Street from people crossing town, first of all. Second, I think if we put proper lights and improvements on the street, we're going to probably minimize the value of using that for anything other than local traffic and or getting to and from your house. And I guess the last thing is from a geographic standpoint, you can't get much more center from a population standpoint and a user standpoint for transit than here. I just don't get it. And if we're going to get the land or we're going to lease the land for $1, hopefully, or some small paltry sum, we can use the money, instead of buying land, we can use that money to improve 21st Street. That's my thought.
Mayor, I agree with Commissioner Deller. I think that he hits all the points heads up. I do believe, though, that we've got to see a fully engineered 21st Street to the satisfaction of ourselves and the neighborhood, that it's not going to increase or become more of a hazard than what it is today, and hopefully even become less of a hazard. So I think there's plenty of engineering techniques that can be adopted in order to achieve that, assure the neighborhood that that's what's going to take place. So I would support it with that condition that we come back with an engineering plan that we're all satisfied with, that's going to offer protection that we know it's necessary.
Yeah. But if that engineering doesn't meet, the quality or the safeguards necessary.
Then we look somewhere else.
Okay. Is that agreed?
Sure.
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea. And when you look at the university plan, they plan to bring it down in diagonal right through here. Everybody's coming down, walking, riding bikes, all transportation other than cars, coming right through this area. So it's a perfect spot for it. And I think, like we said, I think we can mitigate the traffic, we can mitigate those things. So I'm pretty confident that we can create a corridor here that works. So I guess that I would be in favor of saying this is a good item and then come back, but not to be done until we have an adequate plan for traffic.
I love the bicycle boulevard idea.
I'm sorry.
I like this bicycle concept. I think certain places it'd be an excellent idea. That's a sure way to get people to not want to drive up and down 21st Street.
Well, all I'm saying is that before that final decision, the ultimate decision is made, I agree that we have a responsibility in this neighborhood that I believe we're about to change, traffic laws. I appreciate, Mike, I appreciate your comments. I've read this neighborhood a whole lot. So, but here again, I believe this is one of those times, just because of the action that we'll take with that right, even if we don't develop, that's going to have a tremendous change on 21st Street. And I think rather than do the improvements after the fact, let's get a buy-in, from the neighborhoods in the beginning, the neighbors in the beginning.
Yeah, and we've got traffic count data now too.
Sure.
I think that's pretty thorough from a value standpoint. And I was just reading it while we were up here, and it's pretty persuasive.
I confess too, since 23rd Street and I was under construction, I've been on that street more than I have in the past. But anyway, it does need to have some engineering to it too. And I think it could be a really neat deal. I mean, it could be the win-win-win deal if you engineer it and you get the bicycle boulevard and get the buses in there and everything works well. It could be the perfect solution.
But here again, let's look at those improvements that are necessary along that street before we make any final decision. I just think, I think it would be wrong, knowing the changes that are about to happen.
Fair enough.
Okay. So, that being said, I guess the motion that I would like to see us make is to continue consideration of the 21st and Stewart Avenue, 21st and Iowa, 21st and Stewart site. Continue to investigate that, but direct staff to work with neighborhood and, citizens, Michael Holman, other folks who want to be involved with making improvements, necessary improvements for safety, along 21st Street and along Osdale, because I think that those are going to be the two really main affected roadways. Questions?
Mayor and Commissioners, what I'd suggest is that you have a motion along those lines, and that we would then come back with some type of implementation report that would show all of those study items. You've got a couple of parallel study items. You've got the 21st Street Osdale issues that you are making a condition of wanting to be able to have resolved before you proceed. Then we also then have to start on the actual transit center work itself. So I think one of your eventual receipts later this summer is going to be an implementation report that's going to show how we're going to achieve all of that.
Okay. But here again, as long as we are going to be, doing the investigation for improvements along 21st or potentially Osdale, before we make the decision, the final development decision, if this is going to be this side.
I'm understanding that that's a condition of your motion.
And we were just receiving the report tonight, right?
That's correct. You weren't making any
Yeah.
final decisions this evening. There needs to be an additional opportunity for public input. And, I think you've given us a number of different assignments to work on.
Okay.
Need a motion?
So then a motion to receive the report, direct staff to continue with improvement recommendations along 21st Street and potentially Osdale, to come back at a later date for potential of an implementation plan, correct?
So
Moved.
Okay, second. Motion made and second to receive the report and direct staff appropriately the items listed. Made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. And with that, we're going to take about a 5-minute break or so. 4-0. Okay, we are back in session. We do have a request. The next item on the agenda is to conduct a public hearing regarding Shots Sidewalk Dining license revocation. You had mentioned to me during the break that you'd like to defer this item.
Yes, Mayor MX, I appreciate the time. I just have not been prepared to get documents together. I've had past meetings with the Lawrence Police Department, the fire department. I haven't documented that yet, but my attempt is to show my initiative to be a little bit more proactive. So I've been working on trying to make that patio area more secure, and that's going to take a little bit of construction time. I have removed all the furniture, so customers of mine do not eat, do not drink there, and I also need time to hire an attorney to make sure that I'm doing things the way I should be in terms of the ordinances and the.
Okay, so could we have your name for the record, please?
Sure, Jason Nguyen. I'm the manager of Shots.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and we'll defer this item.
Thank you.
We will notify you as to when, we'll work together to come with a date to hear your appeal. But understand in no way can you use that right away while this is going on, okay?
Understood.
Okay.
I'll abide by that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any questions?
Jesse, it's going to be probably sometime. We don't have a meeting next week, don't have a full commission on the 17th. So we'll be in contact about what's a convenient time.
The more time, the better. We have to do a little bit of construction as well to make sure it's more secure for our customers.
Okay.
We understand that there's a lot of things that have been happening that
Mayor, if I may.
will be.
Something I would be interested in is your capacity in fulfilling the 55% food requirement.
Understood.
Because I've stopped in there a few times and you're never open at lunch or dinner for food. And I find that very, very unusual that you could meet 55% of the food sales when you really aren't running a restaurant. And so I'd be interested in seeing information about that.
We are, Commissioner, and I can bring that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So because when I did my ride-along with Sergeant Fowler, and we were going down Mass Street patrolling around about midnight, 1 o'clock.
Understood.
Is it my understanding that with no sidewalk license, people can't be out on that patio area at all?
Yeah, that's
consuming
correct.
alcohol?
And I think this conversation is about the sidewalk dining, so that's why I wanted to hire an attorney. I think there's a lot of kind of misconceptions about Shots in general. And I have to let you know that similar to all the investors here, all the projects, it's kind of interesting to listen to. My intention was not to open up a restaurant and bar in Lawrence. I came and moved here in 2000 as a technologist. When you invest your whole life savings, I must succeed. I can't take a step back forward and say because of the perceptions of the city or different customer bases or complaints that because I'm not able to have a sidewalk dining, let's force my management team to close up. I just can't because I've invested so much that I need to succeed. And then in the background, everyone has families here. You have to make a certain amount to support your family, and that's what I'm doing. Okay. And then if there are things that I need to discuss next time, that'd be great. Customer tickets or operating hours. I think as a business owner, I should be flexible enough to compete in a different market because nighttime food, Mr. Shum, is different from daytime food because I know that you have a restaurant. So it's just very high competition on Mass Street. That's why my management team decided to do different hours of food.
Jason, we're either going to hear it tonight or we're going to defer it.
Yeah, I wanted to defer it, but I wanted to respect the commissioner and give them an answer before.
Anyway, but I wanted understood that in no way you can use that right away in the
understand. And we don't want to.
And let's be very clear what that means. It's still public right of way.
That's
So
right.
public can be there. What cannot be there is alcohol service or consumption.
Or food.
Or food consumption.
We understand
that. Or the business being conducted in that public right of way.
We understand that.
Okay. Then we'll get back to you and you'll work out a suitable date for hearing this. Vice Mayor Sark. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I would entertain a motion then to defer this item until a date can be worked out to hear the appeal.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So moved for deferral.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made and second for deferral was made by Commissioner Reardon, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. Next item is to receive requests from downtown.
Can I interject one thing? I'm going to miss a meeting. I would like to be here for that meeting.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have the whole commission.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item then is to receive requests from Downtown Lawrence Incorporated for exclusive use of downtown right-of-way for the downtown sidewalk sale day for Thursday, July 17, 2014. So, your items, though.
So, go ahead. I think the mayor's indicated, yeah, go ahead.
I thought you were going to.
Well, I can provide just a quick background. As we know, the third Thursday in July is sidewalk sale day. The city, as we just talked about in the last item, controls the public right-of-way. We have the ability to, under our code, issue right-of-way permits for the use of that right-of-way. You're now going to hear Downtown Lawrence Inc.'s request that on that sidewalk sale day that they have the exclusive authority in the downtown area, Mass Street, to either have members or people who will be members to use the public right-of-way, as further explained.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Sally Zocker. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Lawrence Incorporated, which is our nonprofit downtown business association. It is a membership organization whose mission is to promote, protect, and preserve downtown as the heart of the city, the center of retail, entertainment, restaurants, as well as personal and professional services and our city government. As Dave said, the third Thursday of July has always been the Downtown Lawrence Inc. annual sidewalk sale. This will be our 55th year this year. We're very excited to have another stellar event that brings in, we believe, upwards of 20,000 people to downtown Lawrence on that day. It's a festive day. It is a day for us to showcase all of our local businesses, both our independent retailers as well as our national chains who are also part of our downtown. It is a huge sales tax day for the city as well, and that benefits our entire city as that goes into our sales tax fund. DLI actually coordinates and presents, produces, arranges, insures, pulls the permit for, arranges for creature comforts, including porta potties, cooling stations, water for the public, all of this for the sidewalk sale. It is a private event that is put on by DLI, along with other events that we put on through the years, such as the holiday lighting ceremony and Santa's Rescue, and the Girls' Night downtown, Winter Nights Under the Lights. This is a private event that DLI sponsors and pays for. So, as such, we would like to request that the sidewalk sale permit, or the special event permit that is issued on that day, for which we've already applied, is given to DLI only on that day. And the background for this is that in the past, yes, DLI pulls the permit and is given the right of way on that day. We are charged with providing insurance for the event. We provide all of the other infrastructure for the event, and we also spend upwards of $4,000 to market the event to bring people downtown. But other businesses have been given a sidewalk sale permit for the same day. So any business who requests can apply to the city and pay a $10 fee and get a sidewalk sale permit on that day, even though DLI has been granted the event permit, right-of-way permit. So we would like to have the exclusive permit on that day because, as you can imagine, when we are coordinating over 150 member businesses, we also have nonprofit organizations who participate and apply through DLI and pay a vendor fee to be there. And then we have other businesses that are setting up on that day, and I have no knowledge of who they are and what they're doing and where they're going to be, and it gets very confusing. We also have had issues in the past where We think that we have a space worked out, for instance, with a business that does not use their sidewalk on sidewalk sale day, that they are a member business, and they've said, oh, we're not going to use it, you can use it for a nonprofit, and we have someone show up first thing in the morning, and that's where we've assigned them, they've paid their vendor fee to DLI, and another business is there. And then we get into a problem. So what we're proposing is that we would have the exclusive right of way, and that anyone who wants to participate who is a non-member would apply for a vendor permit through DLI, just as any other event coordinator or event is coordinated. And that goes for Busker Festival, that goes for the recent Kansas Food Truck Festival, that goes for the Free State Festival that's coming up. Any of those event coordinators, when they are given the right of way, they have the control of that location, and anyone who wants to vend has to come through that event coordinator and pay a permit. So what we're proposing, because we want more members, we want more involvement with downtown Lawrence. We have a very, very strong and energetic membership, but we want to include more people and encourage more participation. And just from a strictly a logistics standpoint, DLI is a one-person office, as you all know. I'm there. I'm the executive director of myself, as I like to say, and I need to have things standardized so that we can appropriately coordinate and streamline the procedure and make sure that we don't have any of these mix-ups and questions over who can be where and when. So that's what we would like to propose. We do have a fee structure in mind. Right now, our nonprofit organizations that apply for a permit to be with us on that day pay a $100 fee. We would propose that the non-member for-profit businesses would pay a $200 fee. And they could apply that fee to just have a one-day permit if they don't care to join DLI, or if they want to, that can be applied to their membership dues, and that is prorated dues for the second half of the year, and they would get all of the other attendant membership benefits and services that any other member gets. Questions?
Questions, Asala?
What Linda's calling attention to is that we have a very basic due structure. Retail businesses or restaurants on Massachusetts Street on the ground level that are 20 feet or larger in frontage pay $400 per year for the dues. And any other business which is on a side street, so a numbered street, or on Vermont or New Hampshire, or on an upper level, pays $225 for the year. And if anyone were to join now, we prorate dues per quarter. So if I recruited 5 or 6 new members in the month of May, and so I prorated their dues, and we will happily do that. But what we're asking for is that basically anybody who profits from the event to help underwrite the cost. DLI is putting out all of the money and doing all of the work and doing all of the insuring, and we are just asking for people to contribute who benefit. And there are people who make a very, very, very good living that day.
Question, please. Well, how many non-member stores or outfits were on the street last year that didn't pay you?
Well, we had a list of about...
Wasn't really looking for the name.
We had a list of about 12 businesses that applied for a sidewalk sale permit and were given one. And then we have other businesses who just don't bother and they just participate. And I don't know exactly how many of those there are. So we can estimate a good 15 to 20 who are non-members who are
And what do you...
who are not paying dues. And let me clarify, I'm sorry. Participation in the sidewalk sale is a member benefit for DLI members, so they have already paid via their dues for their participation. So obviously, current members are not going to be asked to pay anything on top of.
So how do you propose enforcement of this new regulation if we pass it?
Well, the first...
Excuse me.
The plan is for, if this request is accepted, is for DLI to send out a marketing flyer along with an application, not just for participation in the sidewalk sale, but also with a membership application, so that businesses can see what they're getting for their money. You know, they can make an educated choice as to whether to just get the permit for the day, or if they want to go ahead and have the permit fee go to their dues. And there are a lot of other benefits. And the sidewalk sale is a fantastic one for retailers, but there are many, many, many other membership benefits. So we will be sending those out to all the non-member businesses. We will then follow up with personal visits. I do have an intern this summer, and I have some other volunteers who've been working with me, and I have several members of my board here tonight and some of my membership. And so we will go out and talk to anybody face-to-face and make them aware of the changes and invite them to participate. And not just for Sidewalk Sale Day, but to be part of the group. I mean, we have a lot that's going on, and we want them to be part of all of the events that are going on downtown.
Sally, on the 17th of July, comes around that morning, the commission agrees to do this. You have a business that decides to move his or her stuff out on the sidewalk, doesn't do whatever, has asked for a permit from the city. Are you expecting us to go shut them down?
Well, I did ask in my cover letter to Dave, I asked for assistance with appropriate levels of code enforcement.
Okay.
So I can certainly have staff, hire staff for the day, and I can certainly have volunteers. Most of my board members are busy selling on that day, operating their own businesses. But I am going to ask for some assistance because I do know that generally speaking, I'm not a terribly imposing figure, and somebody can just tell me to kiss off. But we do want there to be a system whereby there are permits issued, member permits, non-member permits, and nonprofit permits, and the permit is to be displayed. And when we check people in at 5 o'clock in the morning, we'll ask them if they have their permit. And that way, at least if we can catch them on the very early side, it's not noon and they've already been out there all day, and then somebody's coming along and telling them they can't be there.
Are you asking the city to both enforce it and to find out who they are, or is DLI?
No, my staff and I, or my volunteers and I, can find out who they are.
So you would report.
I mean, I can walk up and down the street and tell you exactly who's a member of DLI at any given moment and who's not. So I know if they should be there or not.
Dave, do you?
But I am going to I'm not asking for the police force to come in necessarily and strong arm people. But I do want there to be some recognition that, for instance, if you're a vendor, if you're the Busker Festival and you have the right of way on 8th Street between New Hampshire and Massachusetts on that last third weekend in August, Richard has the right to say who's there and who's not. And if a vendor comes up, somebody comes and sets up, which has happened, and they just drive up and they start setting up, he has the right to ask them to leave. And if they don't, I guess then he can call the police or he can call the city. And so I would ask for I don't want to cause a scene. I want it to be a happy day. But on the other hand,
You want to enforce it?
it's an event that we're putting on, and
Okay.
we want appropriate participation as well.
Dave, how would you imagine this would be handled?
Well, and I can get help from a number of different departments here that are involved in this. The likely trajectory of this is that if we found out that if a business was operating on public right-of-way and they did not have the appropriate permit, probably the initial step would be inspectors from Scott's department would go verify what is happening and probably then have the ability to issue a notice to appear, or direct a report be prepared where we would send it to the prosecutors where they would issue a notice to appear, so it's in violation of the city code. I don't, if it's a public safety situation, I mean, if they're blocking the public right of way or something along those lines, then we would ask them to move, and then if not, then we obviously use law enforcement to make it safe. But we traditionally haven't said, well, you don't have the right permit, we're gonna confiscate your stuff or tell people you can't go. We would ask them to shut down, and I think in most cases we've had pretty good compliance by saying you're not in compliance with our code. Now, you may have a situation where somebody says, well, getting a citation, that may be just the cost of doing business, but, you know, I don't know that that would be the case. Certainly
Hopefully
provide a
it's
report.
$200.
Is that, we haven't had this situation too many times, that, you know, Diane's office, we did the permit, does that sound like what we would usually do? Okay.
Okay, and then last question then, if you're requesting the entire right-of-way in downtown, then are you going to place booths in front of businesses that exist with or without their permission?
No, we get their permission. For instance, I gave the example, like ProPrint or Britz or US Bank, they don't use their space. And so we do often.
I didn't understand
Yeah.
the permission part that you.
No. Well, when anybody gets a permit for a right-of-way, you have to have the property owner's permission. Okay? So I, to be courteous and to play fairly, would of course ask and say, hey, I noticed you sell chocolate. You're not going to be out on a 100-degree day selling your wares that are going to be melting in the sun. Can we place League of Women Voters here, or Social Service League, or one of our other groups?
Okay. Any other questions, Asad? Okay. Thanks, Asad.
Thank you.
Public comment? Any member of the public wish to comment? Again, please, Peter, 4 minutes for everyone.
Or less.
I wish I could talk that long on this subject. I want to bolster everything she just said. I think we need to have some, I don't know what the city does now if someone has a code violation, you know, for not getting the $10 fee. What is the punishment for that? Is there anything at all?
No, we probably do a notice to appear through the prosecutor's office, I don't know, $50 to $100 fine if they were convicted in municipal court. But that's, you know, it's similar to a citation. Again, I don't know that we have a lot of those.
It's pretty rare, actually, I would think.
Does that sound about right? Just checking the code, but that's.
You know, this has been downtown Lawrence's events for the last 55 years. We pay for it, we organize it, we do it all that, and, you know, it's unfortunate, I hate to use the word freeloader, but we do have quite a few of those.
Be nice.
And, yeah, and, you know, we'd like to have a little bit of impediment in the way of that, so, you know, to have better membership, to have better unity. We even have some businesses that aren't even from Lawrence set up on the downtown Lawrence sidewalk sale, so I think we need to gain back control over our own event. And this would certainly help with that.
Okay. And you are?
Oh, Peter Zacharias.
Thank you.
I own a few businesses downtown, so.
Thank you. Other comment? Any other comment? Back to the commission.
I'll start out. Being a downtown Lawrence member for a long time, serving as president on boards and things, I think it's a completely legitimate request. It just needs to happen. It really does. It's they're upfronting all the cost and the not even in addition to the cost, just the manpower it takes to put this thing together, and for someone just to come up and set up and not be a part of the cost structure, I don't think it's right. So I think it needs to be done.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would echo that. I would say that it seems to me to be it seems to me to be very unfair that for other events where the city issues right-of-way authorization to different groups or people, they kind of have a say and can filter what happens and who comes in, who goes out, that sort of thing. With this event, it's not so much about, to me, it's not so much about, you know, that sort of control, but more about equity and making it like all of our other events. If we're going to say tonight that we don't think this is a good idea, then we have to tell the buskers and we have to tell any other events that happen that You know, I could just go put a table from Just Food right down smack dab in the middle of their event, and there's not a thing they can do about it if I pay $10 fee. And I think that's a pretty dangerous and irresponsible precedent to set. This, on the other hand, I think is a very good one. And so I'm very supportive of that. And I think that we need to continue doing whatever we can to look at how we can continue to support DLI and be supportive of business to continue to grow the sidewalk sale annually year after year. And I've got some ideas, but I'm not going to throw them out tonight. Because that has historically not been a very good thing. And it's late, and I'm getting grumpy. So I'm very supportive of this.
I would be supportive also, just from the fact that there's an equity issue here. This is a business. We're trying to support downtown, the downtown Lawrence business community, I think, benefits by this, and they should support it. And people can choose not to put somebody on the sidewalk and just open their doors. So we're not restricting their ability to sell. It's just where they can sell, and I think it's a reasonable thought.
Nothing else.
Okay. Well, God. Here's my problem, and I can see it happen. We're gonna send an inspector, we're gonna send, our folks down, whether it be through planning office, and we're going to tell a business, that he or she is not gonna be able to set up on that street that day. The public, I don't think really understands the difference between DLI and downtown. And I think that's one of the things that we may have, and maybe I'm all wrong. I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again. But I think the message, if we're going to have to send somebody down, to close somebody down, I think that I'm just not sure that's the message that we want to be sending them.
If you're worried about setting up shampoo and getting tased, I think you can make sure that doesn't happen.
No, that won't happen.
Yeah, so do we need to recuse yourself if you're downtown Lawrence? Do you feel real stand downtown, you're making this decision, either one of you? You're a member of DLI, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's a pretty fair question.
I'm just asking.
I'll step aside.
I don't perceive any personal benefit from it, especially since my business is closed.
Oh, that's right.
Is that a way to rub at it?
By the way, I've got two spaces for you to use.
Anyway.
I just was thinking about that while y'all were talking, so.
Well, I think it would be no different than voting on what we've done before when it involves city commissioners and they have a business like rental registration and things like that, because, I think the same comments could be made about just about everything, because we're all citizens, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I think DLI is a membership organization. It's kind of like, it's a little different than public at large, but yes, I agree. I was more referring to Mr. Schoen down there than I was anything else, but.
Ex-business owner?
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
forgot about your closing anyway. I'm just-
Retirement.
All right,
But
back
I
to
think they
the,
should be allowed
But I
to.
ask you, really,
what?
you're good, then I'm good. I just want to make sure I brought that up.
I never saw anything like that.
Okay. Sounds like there's gonna be a lot of empty spots.
I don't know.
So time's ticking.
I know. Entertain a motion
I
one
didn't
way or
talk at
another.
all, so.
I move that we concur with the request from downtown Lawrence.
Second?
Approve the request? Okay, a motion made and second to approve the request from downtown Lawrence for the exclusive use of downtown right-of-way for the downtown sidewalk sale day. Made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. Any other questions or comments?
No, sir.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Passes 4-1. Getting better by the minute.
Have you got a perfect record today?
He does.
Let's look at a big red X in front of you.
No, I haven't gone.
You're getting ready to leave the country and you're voting no to everything.
That's right, and what the hell. Okay, receive public comment, excuse me. receive public comment, and consider receiving reports on police facility site location analysis, funding and debt analysis, and consider authorizing city manager to negotiate an agreement with Trainer Architects for a concept study for a police facility. David?
Mayor, members of the commission, you have a fairly extensive report that has a number of different items associated with it. I know that you all are familiar generally with this issue, and so I think the most valuable part is going to be the public comment and the discussion that will ensue among the commission on possible next steps. We have been looking at a possible site for a new police facility for some time. We had a solicitation to the public to review proposals. We also engaged an architect to help us in some site selection and analysis as well. We also did some of our own additional work. We've also had commissioner comments about what would be potential sites. We've looked at a number of different sites, and you have that analysis before you, and we await direction as to how we can further explore those different sites as well. You also have a memorandum from our finance director that talks about the city's debt guidelines and the possible issuance of debt for this facility. That was a direct outcome of the mayor's request for us to look at those guidelines and what additional debt would do to that. And Ed Mullins, our finance director, is here and is available to respond to questions with that. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. The key thing I want to point out is that those are guidelines. Those are not the statutory issues, but we want to look at those guidelines because we cross them or increase them, and we have additional opportunities to perhaps have either ratings change or just some additional challenges as we would to use additional debt. Tony Wheeler, our city attorney, has provided you with a memorandum that sets out some of the next steps that might be entailed with asking the public for referendum approval. We can walk you through that as well. That has to deal with either a charter ordinance that would allow us to get to before the voters in regards to property taxes, or following the state statute that sets out the procedure for a sales tax referendum. And as we talked at the study session, there can be a mix as well. The one thing we do know is that if we are targeting a referendum at a certain date, we need to then step back several months from that and determine the appropriate size, the ballot questions, those types of things, so that we can get it to the county election officer, the county clerk, in a sufficient amount of time, and that's set out in Tony's memo as well. And then obviously we need to spend an ample amount of time educating the public about the proposal, and before we even do any of that, further refining the proposal as far as location, size of the facility, the cost of the facility, any number of other attributes that you all have talked about. So this evening, obviously, Chief Khatib is here, Andy Pitts with the Trainer Architects firm that we have engaged in this effort is also here this evening. So we await your direction after you've had an opportunity to ask questions and then also receive public comment on this.
Dave, let me ask you, the item that you have on the agenda tonight is to receive public comment report and then to authorize city manager to negotiate an agreement with Trainer for a concept study. What's different about a concept study as it relates to everything else we've already got?
Well, that's a good question. I think it remains to be seen a little bit on additional direction. If you all know what site you want to have us get additional information on, then that's going to require some additional exploration of that site. We also know that you have had questions about the budget for the project. You may want additional options. You may want additional options. What if we reduce the square footage by a certain percentage, or the total dollar amount by a certain percentage? We owe it to you to give you those options, but you need to know the consequences of those options as well. What will that do in regards to the the efficacy of the facility? Are there opportunities to add certain things later? Those types of things. And so that's what we're getting at the concept side. This is not a contract to give us a biddable document. This is something that would give us further definition of the different choices in the project, and then would eventually give us something to show the public if you choose to have a referendum about what the facility might look like, what would its scope be, those types of things.
But do we need to be at site specific, or can this study incorporate?
It can look at multiple. It can look at multiple sites the further diffuse you are as far as if you don't have any particular site you want us to look at, that's going to be difficult, obviously, to do that. But if you've narrowed it down to 2 or 3 sites, that would be of value as well. Obviously, the architect can look further at sites that they've examined. I think there's certain sites we know we're not going to be able to pursue. So there's that, and then I think also as part of the agenda item, the Vice Mayor has suggested, I think this is a very good suggestion, that we have additional opportunities for public input. The hour is late. You all are obviously going to get a lot of good comment and give us good direction this evening, but we want to have additional opportunities for public input. This is a very important service for the community, and this is going to be a very important decision for the community.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. So at this point, then, we want to open it up for public comment. Do we want any further questioning of the sites that we're looking at, any of that?
I'd ask if Tarek or Andy or others have got just any other introductory comments that they think might be of value to you all before we get started.
Chief?
I'll talk a little bit about the sites. The memo outlines, I think, 8 sites that were submitted from different public entities, as well as some sites we looked at. When you examine the sites, there's a lot of pluses and minuses for a lot of them. Some key concepts that came up early in some of the examinations were a central location, not necessarily for police responding to your house, because we respond out of the patrol cars, but a central location as far as the importance for the community to get to us, or the police officers going back and forth. Buildability of the site, so enough acreage. I think the consultants were looking at least 13 acres to really build something for now and the future. And, access and visibility to the site as well. There is no real perfect site out there, so a lot of them are just what are you willing to trade one way or the other, and what importance are you going to weigh for this attribute versus that attribute, and how that fits into your overall scheme of where you want to have it.
Are there, excuse me just a second, Vice Mayor. Are there facilities in this community that the police department needs to be close to? I mean, absolutely needs to be close to.
There's facilities all over town that we need to be close to. We need to be close to downtown, because a lot of stuff happens downtown. You could argue that we need to be close to the jail and that side of the town, because that's where the jail is. You can argue we need to be close to the hospital, because we interact there a lot. So no matter where you put it, there's going to be some places that you're closer to this time, but you're not as close to at other times. So I think when you look at the sites, really what works best for the community, what works best for efficiency and comings and goings, and what works best for maybe future as far as how that interacts with which way the community is growing, and really coming and going to the facility, what kind of arterial roads you have, what kind of visibility you have, and what kind of future expansion you can do as a site.
So you've had an opportunity to digest all of the sites, obviously, probably more copiously than we have. My question is, if money's no issue at all, what's the best site and why?
Money's always an issue, but as you look at the sites, obviously the 15th and Castle one was essentially located and the one that would be most advantageous. But going past that, of the ones that we have left on a list, I think Hallmark still is that central arterial location, although that does come with a price, obviously.
Okay.
Why?
I think you have that central access in the community. Iowa Street is the exact center of town, 15th and Iowa. Depending on which way the community grows, you have that in the middle, and you got really good access on, I think I was thinking of it kind of like a body, so it's, picture that being the head, picture Iowa Street being the spine, and then you have all the nerves going left and right off of that, and that's 6th Street, and 15th Street, and 23rd Street, and 31st Street. It just makes sense. The other one I liked a lot also was 31st Street, across the street from what's going to be someday Menards, hopefully, thank you. But there were some, as outlined in that memo, there's some issues with that site as well. That's if you wanted to stay centrally located.
Okay. Appreciate that. Other questions of the chief? Okay, thank you. Andy, did you have any comment?
No, Mayor, I mean, Andy Pitts, Train Architects. I can just echo what Dave was saying about the next steps and your question of do we need to know the sites. I think there are some things, as we talked a little about in the study session, of beginning to figure out the program and understanding what parts and pieces could be pulled out and potentially done at a later date and look at that from a cost standpoint. But then as we begin to really look at how the building stacks, what can go on the lower floor, first floor, and second floor, then we're going to become more site-specific. And then that will then play into more the cost of the facility also. So it is a little bit of a chicken and egg. We can do some work, but there will become a point where we're going to need to understand the sites or look at a couple different sites to determine what are the most cost beneficial locations.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Questions of Andy? Okay, thanks, Andy.
I guess the only question at this point, I'd like to know if there's any sites that you just automatically rule out from a tactical or organizational viewpoint. Can you answer that, Chief? Are the 8 sites?
Well, from a tactical organizational, I mean, I think the memo detailed, Riverfront Mall was one of the submissions. I think you ruled that out just because of buildability and not big enough. As far as tactical, meaning community response, I think there's technical difficulties with some of them due to floodplain issues and whatnot. So I think of the list you have, buildability, and I'm not the architect, but just reviewing the information, and Andy can help me, I think Hallmark's buildable, I think Venture Park's buildable, I think there's a couple there by the jail Fairfield, and that's buildable. You also have the one behind Walmart on 6th Street. Those are all, but there's real no tactical, technical problems with those. Again, I would just try to weigh, as you examine those, where's it at situated as far as how the community gets to it, access back and forth to it. Like I said earlier, police officers respond out of their vehicles, so it's not very often that we pile out of the building and go someplace, although that happens. But as far as the public coming and going to it on a daily basis, is it someplace that's easy to find and within good driving distance? And then you also have officers coming and going to it on a daily basis, stopping and interview people, book evidence, and those kind of things. So some of those you have to weigh against each other, depending on what location you want it
Do you want me to address the architectural issues associated with that, or does that answer your question?
Sure, if you can add.
I mean, as we looked at the variety of sites, we looked at geography, and so was there elevated land associated with it that could prevent a tactical advantage or disadvantage for the site? We also looked at the adjacent land uses. Were there environmental hazards that potentially could be there that would pose, is there a rail line that would potentially bring something that would be hazardous? We also look at the roadways to and from the facility. We like to have 2 major routes out of a facility, so that way if one was compromised, the police would still be able to respond out of that facility. So those are the kind of things that we begin to look at. The majority of the sites that rose to the top of that list all had benefits that outweighed any of the negatives. And so those were not things that kept those off the list.
So I'm looking back at the site evaluation document that was produced July 11, 2012. You familiar with?
I'm sure I am.
What I'm speaking of. So basically you took 17 sites and ranked them. So the one that I'm interested in is number 6, that ranks 6th, the McDonald Drive and West 2nd Street. It scored low on out on or near main arteries. It scored low on public accessibility. It scored low on visibility. It scored low on, well, that one makes sense. Can you comment on or near main arteries, public accessibility, and visibility, and how, because it seems to me those are three of the areas that, as we've talked about this as a commission, we kind of like about that site.
Sure. As we begin to look at all those sites, the 20 some odd that we initially studied, we began to try to put together some criteria, and we said if you were on a main artery, so if we looked at 6th Street, Iowa, 15th Street, 23rd Street, this is off of that. So it's not on a major artillery street that we look at. As we think about access, the majority of the access will be limited to McDonald Drive. There is access off of North 2nd Street. So that does provide us our 2 ways out. So that's why as we begin to look at that specific site. So if you think of 15, the Castle, there's a potential you have 2 major artilleries that cross right there. So there's a potential to have access to 2 of them. And so we began to then try to provide a way to be able to rank those criteria and then be able to put that in the score sheet and then try to look at it legit from a logical standpoint, not from just an emotional standpoint. So that's why that site ranked lower on those specific items.
Okay.
If we look at the rankings, Andy, and we decide as a commission, this one question, we look at these rankings and we want to add municipal court as a function of this facility, what kind of change does that bring on?
That's a great question. As we look at sites, as the chief mentioned, they don't respond from the site. We look more of how does the public get to the site, one from ease of access and then also from understanding where the site is. So if you think about telling somebody if the site was at 23rd in Iowa, most people within the city of Lawrence are going to understand where that location is. So as we think about the McDonald Drive site, West Lawrence Turnpike entrance, you can be able to describe that and most people within town understand that. So begin to understand, so for somebody who's not familiar with the town, or is not typically gone to the municipal court, then we will be able to describe that. We're also going to increase traffic counts as we add municipal court to this because on a regular basis, we're going to have public coming to the facility. So it's going to increase traffic counts, it's also going to increase the parking and the square footage of the facility. And so we have to take that into consideration. So we want to think about how are people going to access it, where they're coming from. So if it's on one of the east or west sides, does that limit the amount? Do we make sure that it's on a bus route? Make sure we have public transportation and such. Those are the factors that we begin to weigh in once we add that additional public amenity to the facility.
Thanks. Dave?
I'd speak just a little bit on the municipal court item. I ran the legal department when we cited the facility on New Hampshire. And Andy's points are very salient in regards to getting the public to a site. The one thing that has changed since then is this. This is how most people find things these days. And I'm not as concerned about our ability to find municipal court as we were in the past. We're obviously going to need signage and we're going to need to find ways to get to that. The square footage needs and those kinds of things would have to be part of the eventual analysis, though.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Dave, Chief, Andy from Trainer?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Because I wasn't around. In the beginning, when we started talking about this, and I guess we as a city commission, rather than, this group, I would assume that the things on that list, that the criteria that were made were set by commission priority as far as the things that were the most important. What was our kind of standard for the things that we were looking for that were the most important, that perhaps weighted higher in relationship to site acquisition than say other things? So for instance, did we place a higher value on visibility as opposed to expansion potential, or did we place a higher value? You know what I mean?
Sure.
What were the standards by which these criteria were established?
Commissioner, we did not have a discussion with the commission on what those rankings would be and what those priorities would be. Those was stuff that we discussed internally with our team, then also with staff and with the police department. We began to look around as we thought about 13, 15 acres in town. we literally sat down and looked on a map and started thinking about where are those pieces of land, parcels of land, and began to create a list. And then from that, we began to create criterion that we could begin to evaluate those. From that, created that list. Out of that came then also the request for proposals to the public to identify additional areas, of which then brought more things to the list. We then be able to kind of cross-reference those and then continue to evaluate and weed those down to figure out what was the right piece of land to begin to look at. Was it acquisition? Was it ease of access? Was it the size? Was it the infrastructure? And being able to put those in there and then try to objectively look at each one and determine what seemed to make sense to move forward.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, at this time, we will take public comment. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? If we could have your name. Everybody at home will know.
Good evening. I've prepared some remarks, so I'm just going to stick to those, if that's okay.
Yeah, please. And if we could have your name for
I'm sorry.
people at home, thank you.
Yes, my name is Harry Harrington. I am a Lawrence resident and a member of the Lawrence Police Foundation. I'm also a founder of Ride for Cops, whose mission is to raise national awareness for the inherent dangers of law enforcement and support for the families of officers killed in the line of duty. Needless to say, I am a supporter of law enforcement. However, this issue is not about being pro-law enforcement, nor is it simply about brick and mortar structure. The issue before the commission is to determine how to best provide safety and security for the citizens and businesses of Lawrence, Kansas. Our officers have all the necessary courage, commitment, and heart to do their job well. Our citizens rightfully expect a safe and secure community. Unfortunately, our current police facilities do not meet the needs of our officers or our citizens. Quite frankly, if we don't provide the necessary tools for law enforcement to do their job, then we, as citizens, are forced to live with the consequences. It is critical that a police facility provide a secure and confidential environment, not only for law enforcement, but more importantly, for the citizens that they serve. The current facility is a repurposed office building that was never designed to provide the necessary security that you would logically expect within a police facility and was not designed to handle the unique needs of law enforcement. Victim and witness access to the building is very public. Therefore, every victim and every witness may come face to face with the assailant in the midst of the police facility into which they have come to seek security. Not only is their privacy potentially violated, but their personal safety is unnecessarily put at risk. This in turn deters the public from providing law enforcement the necessary information to locate offenders and prevent further criminal acts. Another obvious concern is the lack of appropriate training space. In this country, there are approximately 58,000 assaults against law enforcement each year, and an officer is killed in the line of duty every 58 hours. It is important to remember that these assaults and deaths occur while police officers are protecting us from harm. We have to arm our police officers with the necessary training to protect themselves and the community they serve. The best insurance a community can have is a facility that provides for a well-trained police force. Finally, Lawrence law enforcement personnel are housed in numerous locations throughout the city. This not only adds costs, but limits the necessary coordination, communication, and collaboration between our officers as they strive to prevent threats throughout Lawrence. A single law enforcement facility will enable the officers to more quickly identify issues and offenders and remove the threat from our streets. These are just a few of the inadequacies with our current facilities. Dave Corliss has provided the Commission with the assessment of the situation and the obvious deficiencies that will continue to hinder the Department's ability to protect our city. These deficiencies will only continue to increase as Lawrence continues to grow. I will finish my remarks by restating my belief that the current Lawrence Police Department facilities are inadequate and compromise the law enforcement officers' ability to perform their necessary duties. One of the Commission's greatest obligations is to provide for the safety and security of our city. Providing an appropriate police facility is the single most meaningful investment you can make to adequately secure the safety and welfare of the citizens you serve. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Other comment?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Gary Rexroad, resident here in town. On the narrow question tonight of authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement to conduct a concept study, I want to encourage you to please vote yes. I had an opportunity a couple of years ago to attend the Citizens Academy, where I had the chance to experience firsthand what I consider to be a critical need for facilities for our law enforcement officers. I'm certainly not an expert on what the needs are and what that looks like when it's right. What I can tell you, what I saw was very cramped, it was very short, and the needs seemed clear. The very simple thing tonight of allowing for this concept study answers all of those questions. It provides that expert guidance that we all need to best understand how to move forward. And that's my simple ask, that you do allow that to happen so that we can find out what it'll take to make this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment? Other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Carrie Lindsay, and I'm here this evening as a citizen of this community for almost 20 years now. And one of the things that I love about this community is I entered town when there was a lot of discussion about gangs and things like that, and there's never been a moment where I've never felt safe in my community and where I've never had the assistance of the police department when I needed them. Sometimes that's happened in my job, sometimes that's happened, privately. I live near the university. Sometimes that happens more often than one would want. But I think that you can't do anything greater for your community than investing in the safety of its citizens. I think that a police facility brings the community, gives the community a sense of our commitment to this, for them to have the appropriate facilities, for them to have, good facilities. I think shows an investment, much like the broken windows in neighborhoods. If you have a facility for your police department that is adequate and up to date and not piecemeal together and allows them to do their jobs in the best way possible, you present a vision to the whole community that safety is your priority. And I think that you should support this, because I think that if Lawrence continues to grow and bring people here, we need to be doing that by supporting our police department. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Stan?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stanley Rasmussen. I live at 4701 Turnberry. I would encourage you to authorize additional study on the new police facility. I think it's very important that we consider building a new police facility. I just want to say that I think that as city commissioners, you have a responsibility to take the advice from the city manager and his recommendations, but you need to scrutinize that, and you need to challenge those recommendations and make good fiscal decisions. You are the stewards of the city's and the citizens' money that's going to be invested in this, and I think you have an obligation to be frugal. We need a good new police facility that's going to allow the police department to operate and expand and function for the next 30 to 40 years. But we don't need a new police palace. We need to make good financial decisions, so I would encourage you to do that as you go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Anderson. I live here in Lawrence, and I'm a retired member of the Lawrence Police Department. I would simply like to say that having retired 6 years ago, I know firsthand
the urgent need for more space that was apparent at that time. So I can imagine 6 years down the road how bad it is now. I know all of you probably have toured the facilities and would probably agree with that. Moving into a new facility by the time it's built, another 2 years, and the need will be that much greater. I guess the bottom line is, while as a retiree, I don't welcome tax increases of any kind, I would encourage, this is an opportunity to get it done and to look down the road, not 5 years, 10, 15 years down the road, but to look down the road more than that and to make sure that it's done right and it meets the needs for decades to come. And it's a tough decision that your collective judgment will make good on, but my strongest hope is that this will be a facility that will benefit on down the road, and we're not just doing this 20 years from now. Thank you.
Other comment? Anyone else?
Dan Affolter, retired Lord's Police. I would like to echo Dave's remarks, and I'd also like to follow up on Mr. Rasmussen's remarks. I think it goes without saying that you all are stewards of the tax coffers and have to make responsible financial decisions. But I'd also like to refer to Mr. Corliss's comment earlier that everything we cut has consequences. I was told for years that the way to get by with fewer officers is to make them more efficient. The police officers themselves are the most expensive thing that you have to put out on the street. The brick and mortar, once you build it, is there, but the officers are the ongoing expense. And we were always told that in order to make our officers more efficient, we cut back on some of these other things. Well, if you want to make them more efficient, you need to look at design and look at the things that the architects have built into this thing. That's what those things are for. It's not a Cadillac, it's not a palace. Those things are there for a reason. So I think it's very important to do the right thing for the right reasons, not just to pinch pennies. I don't want to pay taxes either, I'm retired. But this has been a project that is long overdue and has been pushed down the road. You've inherited it, I'm sorry, but it's time to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Other comment? Anyone else? Back to the commission. Well, we've got sites to look at. We've got an item on the agenda to look at authorizing an agreement with an architect for a concept study. We don't have to be site specific. We might want to look at a couple of sites. We may want to look at properties that we own that we may want to eliminate from our stockpile of property, helping reduce prices and costs. We may want to give direction to staff on what that number ought to be that we're looking at as far as development and what the budget, what kind of budget we're looking at. I think there's any number of things and direction that we can give it at this point. I do think it is important that we look at doing that concept study, and maybe we talk about, reducing the number of sites down. Bob, you had a question?
Well, I was going to say, when our study session the other day, we gave the architect a few mission to do on kind of looking at comparable areas for parking, comparable areas for occupancy on the lower level and things that they have to go back. But that also as stated tonight, begs the question, which site are we going to use? Because a flat site is much different than one that has some topography to it. And so I'm interested in moving ahead on this as quickly as possible, because I really would like to see it on the November election. And that's going to get here very, very quickly. And then you've got to work backwards from that date to get all this lined out. There's got to be sufficient time for public meetings and public education on this. So I guess I'm a little bit, I want to move ahead with the signing of the agreement, but it seems to me like, what are they going to come back with if we don't have a site to go with it? And that's where I'm hung up a little bit here. Unless you want to talk about sites tonight too. You want to try to refine it, get it down to 3 sites, then maybe they can come back to us with different options on 3 sites. Is that?
I think that's what's going to be helpful is if you've got, and it doesn't have to be 3.
Well, I just picked
whatever the number would be as far as additional sites to look at, additional opportunity for public comment about those, and then the dollar options on the square footage options on the actual program for the building.
The concept study, is that the item that is going to include some of the things Bob brought up just a
Yes.
second ago that we talked about in the study? So that's going to be part of that work.
Right.
So,
And the part of the study where, and Andy can speak to this, we're doing elevations and those kind of things, we're not going to get to that until we've confirmed the site and a little bit more of a budget. We're not going to start doing that part of any kind of contract until we would get to where's it likely to be and what's the general program and what are some options, what are some ad alternatives that you might put in the contract.
okay. Well, each one of the sites that we have, that we've been looking at contain all kinds of, different kind of things, that might help one way or another, in building a building. I think that there are probably a couple of sites here, just maybe 2, and I don't know if I can pick out a third, but 2 has to be one the Hallmark property and 2 the Venture Park property. Now, there's a price tag with one in buying land. The other one we're already bought into, obviously, because of our development of the property at Venture Park. I think that one of the reasons that I asked, the question about, is it important, as chief, is it important to be, what other facilities do we need to be around? One that I've seen in the reports that we get daily is it seems like we spend a lot of time at the hospital. That there's investigation that's going on, and how important is it to be, close to the hospital, and that's why I think, that maybe that the site at Hallmark is an extremely good site. What percentage of the time are officers having to spend doing investigations between the building and the hospital? I mean, I don't know, but I think that's something, important to consider. If we are thinking about the addition of the municipal court someday, or, as part of this deal, I think the importance there is that you want it way out east, way out west, or more of a central location. I think that we got to look at that, but I think that there's those kind of things to think about too.
So one of the things that we talked about was the the Overland Drive. It was the Overland Drive and come on, help me here.
By Walmart.
Right. Yeah. City owned.
Overland Drive and Walker,
Right.
city owns about 27 acres.
Right. And one of the things that was said is that that's too far west. Well, I feel like what we've done is we've gone a little too far now east. And with our community going to be, if we're ever going to move to precincts, it seems to me prudent that we would have a north and a south. And to me, the Hallmark site certainly makes a lot of sense. I'm not opposed to going to Venture Park at all. I would throw that out if one of the reasons why it was disqualified for the property at Overland and Wakarusa is that it's too far west. It seems that we've kind of now gone to the other extreme, and certainly your land, my land, but the best kind of land's a free land, certainly is applies here. We don't have to spend money needlessly if we don't have to, but I think we gain a lot by having, accessibility and adjacency to a turnpike that gives us, accessibility to both the west and the north, West Lawrence and 197, North Lawrence and exit 204, and it's really easy to tell people to get to. 6th and Iowa's being totally reconstructed. I appreciated what the chief said about, Iowa being a main arterial road by which you can, get anywhere you need to really in 15 or 20 minutes. Whereas, I drove today out from the Venture Park site to 6th and Wakarusa, and it took me 35 minutes. And if there was something that happened, God forbid, at a school or a restaurant or a store out there, and we'd have to deploy units from the facility, and that could be over in 35 minutes. And so that's concerning me about the Venture Park side. I'm not sure what we gain. I'm not sure if what we gain by virtue of it being free outweighs the potential of being along a main arterial road with shared accessibility. I don't know. I'm certainly not opposed to the Venture Park side at all. I mean, I love the fact that it's free, and we've certainly been looking at that one for a while, but I'd probably have to say that my preference is probably the Hallmark.
Well, I do think that there's one thing, and Commissioner Dever brought up earlier when we were talking about the bus hub site. We're about to see a change with the South Lawrence Traffic Way being finished. The movement of traffic, there's going to be a lot of change that happens, with getting to a site.
30 years down the road. So.
Yeah, but 30 years. Yeah. But here again, if we look at, the Hallmark site, we obviously have an investment in land. We have to purchase, property. Whereas with, the venture site, and I think about this, we're able to probably fund, the request as pretty much as it is, as it comes forward, as was presented to us in the study session in that dollar amount. And maybe we're able to do all those things that would get us to that, 20 and 30 year mark out. So, because monies that we would save on that having to buy land.
So can I just chime in?
Sure.
Jeremy mentioned geography, and unfortunately I have a geography major, so I have to say that we have precincts north and south, but we can have precincts east and west, and that, while one side's close to the hospital, it's also far from the jail. While this side is close to the jail, it's further from the hospital. I mean, we can argue about location all day long, but we need to decide whether north and south or east and west is how we want to, what we think the direction the city's going to grow, and then build accordingly. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I don't think we're going to go north much, and I don't think we're going to go south a whole lot because we have two natural barriers. I think east and west is direction the way the community is going to grow, and I think it's been reflected for the last 30 years that way, and I think that if we try to judge or gauge which direction it's going to go, then I think it's going to be difficult. But I think if you look at a map of Topeka, you'll be able to see exactly how our city's going to grow, because geographically it's identical in many ways. So Topeka didn't grow much to the north, grew to the south quite a bit, but it didn't have a major river like we do to jump. So, my guess is that we could find equal amounts to like about one and equal amounts to like about the other. My opinion is that I'm not for or against either one. I just want to have the money to do what I want with the police facility and not invested in infrastructure and land. And that's my biggest concern. Anything I want to be supportive of, I want to be supportive of a great location, number one. But if they're very similar in quality, then I want to pick the one that costs less, period. Free. I mean, that's how I feel. And that's,
the other thing is on the precinct question, wasn't the number 250,000 or something like that, the population? So we don't have to worry about the precinct question. I don't think any of us are ever going to have to worry about the precinct question. So that's just, it's something that is not a non-issue as far as.
But for the South Lawrence Traffic Way, I would feel very similar to what you have, but I see that as a defining connection, which without it, our city can't really grow, and thank goodness we're having some of those discussions and it's being built. 21st Street is not a good traffic way, although it serves as one right now.
Yeah. Well, I'll throw mine. I like the Hallmark site, but it's got a price tag. It's got kind of a rich price tag, in fact. I like the Venture Park because we own it, it works. And I also like the Overland site because we own it and it works. All the others are probably no better than any of those three. And so the number one choice I would like would be the one across from Hallmark because of the central location. But the other two are very appealing because they are free. Then all the others on the list probably don't have anything more or anything better to them than any of those three. So, you know, that's where I've got my three at. Now, I might be wrong, and I've certainly listened to the rest of you. You find other sites that are more appealing.
I would make this very short. I think Venture Park and McDonald Drive are the top two. If we had a third, I'd probably go 31st because the police commissioner thought that would be a great place to go. What I'd like to see is information on those three, and I'd like to see what we can do between $25 and $28 million.
Okay.
Is that in addition to the one, I'm sorry. Is that in addition to the 1.5 we've already budgeted, or does that include the 1.5?
It's in addition to, with the 1.5,
So in theory, what you're saying is 26.5 to 29.5?
yeah, correct.
Okay.
A bond issue of 25 to 28. What can we do for that? Knowing we have $1.5 million already, that can be utilized towards this, including the purchase of the property. And let them tell us what all the pluses and minuses are, and I think we can probably figure it out.
Well, I think that's a good target, although I'd rather not draw exact parameters around it dollar-wise right now. I'd rather have them come back to us and say, here's what you can do for this, and here's what you can do for that. And I'm in agreement with you that that's a nice range to be in, although I don't know that the total number is 30 million. Obviously, we'd like to reduce that if we could, but I don't want to reduce it if we shouldn't reduce it. I would want to reduce it more if we can reduce it more and not sacrifice anything. So
Yeah, in conversations with the chief and the information that I know, my best guesstimate is that a total of $25 to $30 million is where we need to go, because there are certain things that need to be there, and it's not a Taj Mahal. It's not a place that is going to be something that is excessive, but workable and doable, and it's not inexpensive to do it, as we found out during our study session. So I can be flexible on those. We can go 20, 25, up to 28. But my suspicion is to get the quality of building that we need is going to be 25 to 28 plus the $1.5 million.
David, was the West 31st Street side, is that the one that you were talking about, Terry? West 31st?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't there some problem with that site?
West 31st, you're talking about the 31st Street site that's south of, the Osdale. Well, I think the issue with it, it's certainly got good proximity in the community. 31st Street now going to be connected over to O'Connell Road, so it's got good access off to the jail and other things. One of the challenges was just the floodplain for that property didn't give us, gave us 13 acres, which is what our optimum site is. It doesn't give us a whole lot more than that. So that was an issue, and there's probably, I think that's a good site to look at. If we've got the sites of the McDonald Drive, also known as the Hallmark site, the two sites that we own, the Venture Park site, Overland Drive, and then the 31st Street site. That's really kind of the four corners of the community. And if we're looking at for a scope for the next step, we're not committing to any of those, not foreclosing anything else that might come. That really helps us get some good next steps. There's pluses and minuses to each site. Clearly, the 31st Street site has some floodplain issues, but not, maybe not foreclosing that.
And then, along with the approval of this concept study, would staff like to have direction on a dollar amount at this point to consider?
Well, what I would like for you to do is not give us a not to exceed amount, but to help. I think what we could look at is what are the consequences of a $25 million facility up to the $28 or $29 million facility is the number I hear, knowing that we're probably going to have some land acquisition issues. And then we can then try and give you some of those consequences if we step down from that. I mean, I think we know some of them, but I think we can drill in more precisely. You heard a lot of that at the study session. We talked about the garage, but the importance of covering vehicles and access and those types of things. You've heard that. We talked about the finish inside of the building that is used 24/7 in some respects and needs to the security features, those types of things. But we can, I think we can get a better articulation of that information so that you can see the consequences of that. You certainly can tell us a not to exceed amount. That's happened in this room before as well on any number of different projects. We'll respond to that. I guess my request is make sure you know what those consequences are, and I know you want that.
Well then, with time being that, it's going to draw near here pretty quick, we need to have an idea of, what kind of action items we need to take, and a time frame that it needs to happen. As we look at the analysis that Ed did in response to the questions that I had, is there actions that we have to take? What are all the actions that we have to take to get to the point of getting this to the public for election? And I know it's in September is when it's going to happen.
Right. Well, directing me to finalize a contract with Andy and Trainer Architects for what we're calling the concept study for those 4 sites. We've obviously looked at them. We're going to now look at them with additional rigor. We're going to probably have some sub-consultants that will help us on some of the site issues, but they're going to need to work relatively quickly. So that here in a month, we can report back to you with some additional information so that we can talk about the budget consequences along the continuum that you've had there. Ed's here and can speak, but to this as well. You see in his memo that we would need to revise our debt guidelines, and we need to understand what those consequences are when we do that. We're going to be issuing more debt, and that we're saying that that's going to be all right, but we've got some concerns about it as we continue to do that. The good news is we think that we will not proceed unless the public authorizes to service that debt through an election, through either combination of sales tax and property tax. I don't know that you want to talk about that now. That could be something at a later point, but at some point we need to know the mix of property tax and sales tax that you want us to pursue, so we can work up the appropriate language, talk to bond counsel, those types of things. So there's a list of those items. The key, though, is I think it's wise to ask the public for support of this, knowing what site you want. This community cares a lot about site. There's a lot of issues around that. We've had general discussions about that. If I'm wrong in that assumption, then obviously we don't have to concentrate so much on site. But I think that you want to ask the public for the debt authorization with the understanding that either the site's been committed to or we have an option on the site. Is that still a good operating assumption?
I think the site has to be an absolute when we go to the public. I think it does. I think we have to have the exact site.
Well, then the other thing that I think we need to do, and again, this is what Jeremy suggested, we need to then have some vigorous, robust public discussion about it as well. We've had a little bit this evening, but we need to go out to the public, ask them for their opinions. And the other thing is and this is obviously something that we've started a little bit of work on, I don't want to belabor this too much, we then just need to start making the informational case to the public for why we want to do this. We all know it, we've heard it, we've seen it, but the one thing we don't want to step over is the fact that we have to try and find good ways to educate the public and to dialogue with the public about why we have this need. We cannot step over that and get to some of the minutia details of the facility. We still have to remind the public why we need this. So we got to work on that as well. So we got a long list of items there. But the authorization we're asking for tonight is, let's get Trainer Architects and others busy on analyzing these sites and then looking at the budget so that you can have good options here in the meeting in July when you're all back. Yes, sir.
So can I make a suggestion then? I'm with Terry on the price tag, although that's, I want to spend whatever we need to spend in order to make this right. The greatest tragedy to me would be if we went with the land because it's free and then we skimped on what went inside of the building. And so that would kind of be my ask of this group, is to say if it's the will of the commission to go with a free piece of property, then let it not be on us to then start, trimming to get us from a $30 million facility, which, again, the architect's estimate was a $30 million facility, and that doesn't include land acquisition costs. That's $30 million in cost to build the facility, and then whatever land costs are on top of that are in addition to. So if we're gonna say now $28 million facility, we already have 1.5 million, we're now $500,000 below, and we haven't even started talking land acquisition costs. So my only ask, and I appreciate Commissioner Dever's comments, is that if we end up going to that place, that we don't start shopping. So here I'm just throwing it out there, see what you guys think about this. If we took the show on the road, in the process of, because I think the more public input we can have, the better. In the process of Trainer doing the concept study, if we maybe had 3 or 4 public meetings between now and the next time it comes back to us to seek the public's input, not on necessarily whether or not we need a new police facility, because we've kind of all decided that this is the direction that we're going, but what is their feedback on the 4 sites that we've kind of defined tonight? I think it would behoove us maybe to get some input on that and use that to weigh with the concept study in order to make an educated kind of decision as we move forward. What would you all think about? What would you all think about that?
Good plan. We got to get public comment, and we've got to do an evaluation of the sites. We've got to have the public's help in evaluating these sites too. I mean, it's important. It's a public decision. So yeah, we could put together a program to go out.
I'm happy to help, and however, I'm sure everybody wants to be there, but schedules are probably going to be challenging. But I think if we could have that public input to have, as we're deliberating those decisions, when the concept study comes back, I feel like we could make a better educated decision.
Well, I'd like to also then try and say, if we, a little bit of negotiation here, July 8th or July the 15th is when I'm looking at calendars and what we've got going on as far as where people are going to be here. And I want to throw out a couple of dates as to when that's going to work. We can have a report back.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that we're going to get all the public input we can get through an election.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't ask for anything more democratic than that. So if you guys are in a hurry and want to get this on the November ballot, then if we start throwing it up in the air as to 3 or 4 locations and we haven't narrowed this down and identified it, it's going to drag on longer if we do so. And I'm fine with that. I just heard conflicting things because we had the public's input on the bus, the last thing we talked about, which was our transit hub, and we didn't pick any of those sites. So, we came up with a different one that ended up completely out of left field because it was a different kind of concept. So I don't know, my personal opinion is it's gonna add time to the timeline. As long as you guys are okay with that, I'm fine with that, but
You know,
experience tells me it's gonna take longer.
I agree with that. What if we set up something like we did for Name Rock Chalk Park? Just, I mean, you got 4 sites. People are either gonna like one or not, and they're gonna, if you could, online, come back and say, I like this for these reasons, and just try to see what, without having to set up meetings because of the timeline, but just to try and get general input from people who want to take the time to email us or.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love the feedback. I know it's gonna add 6 weeks to the timeline probably. It could add that long.
But if they could just.
Run out of time.
I'm afraid we might run out of time. If you want to get all of your ducks in a row and get a price tag and get a concept plan, and it's all site specific, unless we use the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks to do so, then we're going to miss an opportunity.
Within the next 10 days or so, we don't meet next week, if we could somehow collect data over the internet, just from people, the 4 sites are gonna be in the paper in the morning, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, and just ask for people's comments, which site they like, rate them and why, and then you probably would get a couple hundred responses, but at least you get a feel for what people are thinking.
And the price tag associated with each one as well, I think is important.
Well, you wouldn't have that until after you get the study back.
No, I mean,
talking about how much it costs.
Oh, the price of the land.
The land, yeah, we note that.
Well, we know what it's being offered for.
Right, I mean, it's black, it's nothing secret, it's in the offering
there.
sheets that we asked for the public when we did an RFI.
So we can get that online and we can get it advertised, get
Do
people
that.
responses?
Yes, we can, absolutely. That's your direction.
Why
We'll
don't we
do it.
do that, and then why don't we, in the public meetings, let's use that time to be able to go out and sell the project to the public rather than taking the time, you know, at this point. I'm trying to talk people into
Well,
land.
it's my observation.
Let's do that.
Well, one of the things that they were saying was that they can proceed if they have 3 or 4. So we'll do the concept study while we're doing this at the same time. And that we will add that to the input from what we have. That's
Perfect.
Okay, good.
That'll work.
And then one of the other things I saw from the chief was a good position paper on why we need this, and it was, you know, the different situations. But what we need in that are some pictures of what the facilities are like now. I mean, we all know because we've been there, but the public doesn't know about this. They need to see
Existing
the
facilities.
cramped quarters, the inefficient evidence storage. We need pictorials to go with that, and hopefully work with Megan and get that online to where there's the education process starts. So
The architects have a lot of good photos of existing facilities.
there you go. It won't be
We can do
hard to
that.
accomplish that.
So we can proceed with the trainer concept plan.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Right. Okay, so then we're all in agreement that we're gonna have Megan and staff get this online, start getting input back on the sites. Gonna include as much information as we can on them. Put together a program of advertising, you know, the current, you know, locate or everything that's involved with the police department right now and the quarters that they have. And then we're going to proceed with the concept study.
And I'm looking at having it back in a month, 8th through the 15th.
Great.
15th?
8th, 15th?
Our architect says the 15th.
Okay, 15th.
Is that July? It's July, not August. All right, okay.
Okay, now, you're going to have the concept study back?
No. What we hope is to have the
agreement?
I'm going to do a PO in the morning, and we'll come up with an agreement. It's going to be exceeding my spending authority later, but we'll get it going tomorrow. But we've got the 4 sites. We've got some of the budget continuum issues, and I think we've got the beginnings of what all that's going to include. I'm just trying to figure out when we're going to ask Andy to have something back on an agenda so you all can talk about it some more and see if you've got better decision capabilities on site and also on budget. Those are the two main items I'm seeing. And obviously, we got to have the information. That's redundant. It's getting late. Got to get we have the informational package. We'll then be able to move toward elevations and other things that'll show what we're going to be able to demonstrate to the public. But those are the two items.
Okay. Good plan.
Is that, I made it up on the fly here, but it's all right.
Okay.
Need a motion here?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate an agreement with Trainer Architects for the concept study for the new police department, looking at the 4 sites that were named and also all of the things that we had talked about including Megan and communications to go out immediately. Okay?
Moved.
Motion made and second for approval of that, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all for coming this evening. Next item is to consider a motion to recess an executive session for
We want to do 15
minutes
Is it 15 minutes?
for matters relating to employer-employee negotiations. The justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiations matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume their meeting, their regular meeting in the City Commission room at the conclusion of the executive session. Entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion made and second, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in executive session.